And hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome in. It is so lovely to see all of you here. It is Foxhole Friday, and we are having our amazing game of the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And I am excited to be here with this great crew. I just did a bit of a spoiler for Ari because in one of my last streams, not this one, but off, I was like, I need good punny names for all of these characters to go with the Dadmiral. And, I just let them know about Terrica Firma, which was one of the top choices for our Terrica puns, title puns. But there are more for other people. And they're really good. Like the Val one, that's a really good one too. That's a good one. Does it involve massacres? Maybe. There's just a lot of good ones. There's just a lot of good ones. And so I'm just sort of having a joyous moment because of the great players and the great community. And I'm happy to be here. We have all of our crew except for the Harlock, who's got some family things to take care of on the other side, but shall be back next week. So let's see. How can you all thank you for being here? How can you support us? You can support us by being here. You can also, if you're watching us live over there, or sorry, not live, but on Memorex over there on YouTube, you can give us some likes, some subscribes, and leave comments. And I do have some comments listed for our last week, and I've basically almost caught up in responding and replying to all the comments on the YouTube. I try to make sure for each comment I either give it a thumbs up or I say something or a combination of both. I want to make sure, I say hi. But I do have some comments for this last week that I thought I would share what we've got going on. So that's 5 days ago. Oh, there were some claps. Just some claps. That's all. Just some claps. So this is one that I'll get to in a second. Alex PU5DX has had a lot of really interesting comments about experience and systems, but had this really wonderful comment, which is, I love how a guard said, this girl has been ruling for 5 years, so she must have been put into control when she was 4. So glad you're exploring this because this is very much an issue with these types of systems, or I would just say with hereditary monarchies. And so I'm very excited that we have a hereditary monarchy where the planet was like, well, you're 4, let's go. Because that, I feel like, is a very good basis for government. And I also feel like, not to imply anything or...
89. What's the difference?
Yeah, what's the difference, right? Who cares? Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
No. Also, you know how sometimes having somebody who's 89 might cause some problems in rulership? Having a 9-year-old might cause other problems in rulership. But on the other hand, 9-year-olds seem to be so stable and well-regulated and fonts.
I've met some very different 9-year-olds.
Very wise.
Yeah. Very wise. And
they're a Dakota Fanning 9.
Yeah, right, sure. Yeah. Yeah, and they make good long-term choices, I think, and are never petty as 9-year-olds. That's right. Yeah. So good times. So I still want there to be a musical episode. We'll talk about that later. I'm just going to keep poking at them. I'm just saying, I have now had multiple requests from the players, or me, I don't know, I get confused sometimes, about how it'd be great to have a musical episode. We'll find out. Look, I'm just saying. Anyhow, sorry, that just tickles me. No, we totally could.
Looking around the table, absolutely.
I'm just saying. So there was one. Where was it? I just missed it. I scrolled by it. Right, here we go. Rufio Roofbum, one of our faves, says, "Oh, more hints about future surprises. I am shivering with anticipation."
Wait for it. Patient.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Also, this one I have to read. It's also from Rufio because it made me laugh out loud. And when I say LOL, I never put down LOL unless I actually did laugh out loud. And this one did make me laugh out loud.
Kind of.
Imperial Police, you're under arrest. Admiral, Captain, Baron, Supreme Ruler Severance. No, you. Imperial Police, surprise Pikachu face. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing like
Supreme
the
ruler,
Imperial...
I get.
Yeah, that.
Huh? You had me at Supreme Ruler Severance.
Yeah. And then, like, you know, surprise, because in my mind, there are all these Imperial guards in like this huge armor, right? The faceplates, and they're, oh, you're under arrest. And by the way, this is the thing, you're probably not getting the full greatness about this. When it says Admiral, Captain, Baron, Supreme Ruler Severance, open parents, no U. The U is spelled with just the U, not Y-O-U. It's just U. And so, it's super cute. And I just see Severance be like, no, you. And then they're just like, their masks come up on their helmets, and it's just a surprise Pikachu face. Anyway, it's the visuals that got me on that one. And I appreciate it very much. That's all. Oh, sorry. That was just so great. Thank you for that one. Okay. You can also, if you like, tell your friends that we're live. You might see me cracking up because that was just so good. Surprise Pikachu face. I love it. It's good times for me. And let me see. What else have we got? You can give tips and bits if you like. And if you do, we will read out messages at the end, what you all have to say. And those, all of your tips and bits, as well as if you can join our Patreon. We have a special, you can just kind of join our Patreon. It's great. I put after action reports at the end of each season saying what happened and how it was going up there, and that's open to everybody. When I have cool props, I'll throw those over on there as well, and that's usually for the patrons themselves. And let me see, what else? We have a special Patreon tier for $200, which will pay for the cost of 4 players for 1 week. Which is awesome. And if you're in the special sponsorship tier, you will get a radio ad made by me and played once a month, and a special shout out, and also a special spot in our credits. And I would like to give a special shout out to Will and TW and Josh, Me, and Art, who are our current sponsors. And that is so lovely. Thank you. And I know that I had one other thing that I wanted to say, but we also have a merch store, and you can go and get really awesome merch that we have for the show, including some of our Crash Jones excitement as well. Good stuff there, which I recommend. It's good times. We also, if you go there in our merch shop, you can actually gift people merch through like a giveaway. They have a really great integration with Twitch, which I feel like is pretty cool. And that's the thing that you can do. And I would like to also thank a big shout out to one of our brand new Patreons, Knight, who is a brand new Patreon. Thank you for becoming a Patreon. Yay. You can join us at our Discord. It's awesome. You can just chat with us. That's cool too. That's awesome. Thank you. And I think that's all of our pre-stuff, which means we have to get evidence that I can use against my players later. Oh, sorry. Asking innocent questions that they should never be worried about.
Thank you.
Ah, yes. Oh, thank goodness. So relieved now that you've corrected that.
I love these players so much. So if each of you would go around and say who you are playing, and answer this question. I want to very oh, yeah. So if there were a musical episode, this is the question. Not saying there's going to be one, but if there were a musical episode, what do you think your character... Well, I want to ask 2 questions now. Now I want to ask, what kind of music does your character like, if they like music, and if they don't, why not? And of course, we're in the future, so you have to make up your own genres, but that's exciting. And I just feel like that's the question I'm going to go with, because I need to know. Yes. So what music does your character like, if they like music, and if not, like, what's up with that? And I'm going to start not with Greg because because I feel like Val has definite musical tastes, and I'm so excited, so I want them to come last. So we're gonna start with Laugh Love Lindy.
Hi, it me, Laugh Love Lindy. Hi, that's me. I'm gonna be playing Quint Vesper, who is playing the Harlock on number 1, and it's fine. Everything's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. It's complicated. Just that's all you need to know. And Quint does really enjoy music. Has listened to a lot of different kinds of music, performed to a lot of different kinds of music. But I have a feeling that their preferred. I'm going to give you their top 3.
Mm-hmm.
So her top 3 would be
Pause. I'm just really excited for people to make up weird genres. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, some of these may be genres I found because I also like some weird obscure music sometimes.
Nice.
And some of these genres need more
York-fi.
music. I'm looking at you, opera trap. That's me, one of them. It's solid.
Nice.
It's great. I love it. I've only been able to find a handful of tracks for it. That's done decently. So that's one of them. Trap opera. I feel like Quinn would also really enjoy
Opera.
folk music. Trapra, yeah. Folk. So like trap opera, folk, and
What kind of folk
yes.
music? Soleimani folk
Terran.
music?
Yes,
that's
obviously
what I thought.
Soleimani Terran folk music. Yes, obviously.
Is that Russian folk music?
See, the thing is, the way that like nationalism works, right, is that you erase the differences between people and sort of create a fiction of a unified whole, right? That's how you can imagine that somehow all of people in France are the same when Brittany and Burgundy and all these places were not the same, right? And you do that. And so I imagine at this point in time, in this year that we're in 1105, thousands and thousands of years past the time that we're in now, there's probably an idea of like,
yeah, like
yeah,
it's like a mishmash of like folk. If it's got a folk instrument, it's folk. So like it's the mandolin with the erhu and the it's weird. Yes, like
yes, absolutely.
That's how I imagine it. So
yeah,
opera trap, folk music, and just I imagine this is a more recent acquisition of Quint, but like really preppy poppy, like the equivalent of K-pop in this universe, and it's probably it's not by the Empire because fuck those guys. It'd be by some smaller
PAWP, and it's done by the Aslands.
I was thinking maybe the Aslands. I don't know if they'd have that kind of or the what?
The BWAPs, BWAP, they're like newt aliens.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah,
Yes,
it's by the WAPs. Yeah, it's like really, it's like the equivalent of K-pop, but it's just very
B-pop.
Yeah.
WAP pop, which is different from WAP, which is a different thing altogether.
Yes, no, it's a different genre altogether.
Yeah.
Those are
The
Quint's
WAP
top
and
3.
BWAP.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I'm very excited about this. And now, just for the record, WAP pop is now canon. Just putting it down here right now.
Good.
WAP pop, Soleimani folk, and opera trip. Let's go.
Yes.
WAP pop and 2 smoking barrels.
Okay, Cord, you're up next because I want to know.
Name of the episode. WAP pop. Hi, everybody. I am Cord. I am a streamer here on the internet. I also go by Mythomatic. You can follow me on the things, Cord or Mythomatic. Likely it's Mythomatic. But here on Twitch, it's Cord. Don't worry. Anyway, follow me or don't. I'm playing Baron Severence. He is a piece of shit renegade clone who is trying to fake it till he makes it until he becomes a noble of Drinax. That's it. That's him. And I think his favorite genre of music would probably be classical schmlute, which I think is probably like schmlute. It's SCHMLOOT. I'm actually 00T. Schmlute.
Wait,
and it is like
it's
like classical It's like lo-fi 8-bit, like 2-bit. 2-bit classical. It's like two notes.
Just like Depeche Mode.
Right, like Greg's singing range. And it is just the and it's just the I remembered. And it's just the two. And it's really great what you can do with just the two notes. And sometimes they interact, sometimes they don't. But a lot of it has to do it's weird because a lot of Schmoot is only two notes, but it's done with a theremin. So you have like that really weird spread of sound. It doesn't quite make any sense, but if you listen to Schmoot, you get it.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
And that's SCHML00T.
Yeah. I
But
wrote
classical
it down.
Schmoot, not the new stuff, right?
Classical. Yeah, not the new
Okay.
stuff.
Because the new stuff is,
Yeah. It's
Use
just
3
it's not
notes.
the same. Yeah, it's they're trying to make it like they're trying to it's just it's not as
They were toying with a third note.
yeah, that's not the same. Yeah, thank you.
It's just not the same.
Toying is probably the best way to put it, and it's just it's just juvenile what they're doing to it. So
I just need you all to know that there is danger in all the
my
things you're saying.
loudest.
Because it's Stormbitter knows it's just not as pure. Because now I just want to make this music. I was like,
Me too. As I was saying, I was like, ooh, this sounds
yeah.
kind of fun to explore.
This sounds amazing. I bet we could do that. Yeah. Because I'm like, okay, early video game music, right? Like early, like, some crunchy chiptune stuff, but only with 2 notes, but using a theremin. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Lydia Kavina. I'm seeing it. Anyhow, Ari, Schmoot, who are you? Who are you playing? And please, pray tell, what kind of music does your character like, if they do at all?
Hi, I'm Ari _Ventures, and I'm playing Terrica, who is definitely not noble. They definitely don't look like their ancestor, who happens to be a noble hero. None of that. They're just a normal, everyday, really good pilot, for sure. That's definitely who they are. Yeah. Anywho, so the kind of music that they like, hilariously enough, Cord, as I was like thinking through like what my answer was going to be, I was like, okay, so like it was like lo-fi, like classical sort of like, and I was like, there's no way that Terrica and Severence have an identical, but I
Maybe
kind of
they
like
do.
that.
Maybe they
So that is one.
It's all the rage in Drinax.
I mean, and you have to go like clear Drinax, like yeah. So that's for one.
Schmoot, nothing hits like Drinaxian Schmoot.
Everything else is just.
I am so happy right now.
Like, what are the odds? So yeah, I think it's that. I think their other would be like electric swing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my favorite, not Baron's, but mine. Yeah, I think it's
And then I don't actually know what style of music this is. It's kind of grungy, poppy, dark. And so I'm going to call it space.
Space.
Oh, the sound of planets. Like those. Those, like weird.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say weird. It's fucking awesome. The like those soundscapes of people like that, like point that are like the sounds of the electromagnetic sounds of planets and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure that has got some cool. There's got to be it's in the future where like a spacefaring. There's got to be people like where it's common for people to go. This is awesome for people to go and go from planet to planet. There's got to be people who have taken samples of different planets during different times of day and then tracked them and mixed them. That sounds awesome.
There has to be. And that's like what Terrica listened to when they after they had like learned piloting, but then they would like pop that in and then start to pilot, and that's their like.
In case anybody wants to know, Maggie Payne is an avant-garde flautist. and she does electronic music and
Marvelous.
electroacoustic stuff. And she did this one piece that I can't remember the name of it, but she got the sounds of space, right? Because NASA had released the
Yeah.
sounds of space.
Yeah.
And then she also went out into the desert and took samples of the desert, right? She did that. And then she did this piece that sort of basically merges the sounds of space and the sounds of the desert. And then she did a video piece that went with it where when you get very close into the desert, it looks sort of like space and vice versa. And so there are the ways in which she like sort of layers in the sounds of the desert and the sounds of space together. It was this very cool sort of, and then she had like amplified and
You're
electrified
giving
her
me
flute. And it was
ideas,
very cool.
Trooper.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
What was her name again? For reasons.
Maggie.
Maggie Payne, Maggipayne.
Everybody opens up their spot.
Thank
She
you.
likes some good avant-garde music. She's very good at what she does. And she taught me electronic music composition. She's one of my electronic music composition teachers, as a matter of fact.
Oh,
Ooh la la.
Yeah, she's very cool. And that leads us to Greg. And I just want to know who you are, who you're playing, and what kind of musical preferences does our Val have?
Hi, everybody. My name is Greg. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey here on Pirates of Drinax. Let's see, I think Val probably has two different selections. One that he puts out into the world, and that one would be Steam Polka, which is,
Oh, yeah.
obviously a steam-driven accordion being the kind of the center instrument for all of that. And then I think, when he just needs something to jam and like murder out to, it's probably like speed hard elevator synth, something like that. Like just like, it sounds like something else, but it's a little bit, there's no lyrics, it's just something that he can become a part of when he's like, murdering. Yeah, that's probably
Which he
it.
never does. I mean, that you can prove.
No, he rarely has a chance to listen to it. Right.
right. Kenny G-Force does a lot of that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the fiber optic perm.
I just need you to know I took notes on all of this because now
Yo,
these things are all
USB.
true. Yeah.
It's my favorite
Steam
song.
Polka. So good. I feel like
Void
The
Smoker,
thing
you do
about-
everything to Steam Polka.
yes,
It's
yes, you do.
universal. You can do anything you would
do
like
it
to
all.
Steam Polka.
You
Right.
can do everything and do everything.
That musical genre does everything. And so it opens up the door for you to do everything. It's a window to possibility.
It's an exhausting 4 minutes.
Is
I
that Steam
also-
Polka, man? Well, turn it up, man.
Oh, Greg. You just
Trooper,
Ping
is
my
that
little-
Freedom Rock, man?
well, yeah, it is, man. Well, then turn
Well,
it
turn
up.
it up, man. You have to be super old to get it, everybody.
And I got it. I was right there. I was like, these like, it was an ad in the 80s, like usually late at night, of two kind of burnout hippie dudes, but they probably weren't really. They were just actors pretending to be burnout hippie dudes in like their tie-dye shirts. And then one of them's playing basically 70s rock, which was just like 10 years earlier and kind of not even that. Being like, hey, is that Freedom Rock, man? Yeah, dude. Well, then turn it up. And it was like, hey, do you want the greatest hits of classic rock? You can get AC/DC. And like, it was just like, it was a call now before this offer ends. It was great times. And I have never forgot that ad. Never bought the product, but that's not the point.
If you bought the product, you probably would have forgot about it.
Actually, that's true.
Yeah.
And I'm imagining that.
I really haven't bought this yet. I'm not
That's
buying it.
all. Now I wonder. That's okay. Sorry. Now I want it because I want to know what 1985 thought classic rock of the 70s was as opposed to now.
Classic
so now I want
rock. That's true. Classic rock. You mean 10 years ago? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so exciting. So I am Trooper SJP, and I am the facilitator for our band of tagonists who do things. I have got stuff written down, and sometimes it happens, and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. And I will just say that when we last had our antagonists, so, I'm going to tell you all a story. I've got these players, they're the best players in the universe, and they do things. They put stuff out in the universe, and then they go. They leave that place where they put things out there. And then I'm just like, oh, let me just see what happens in the meantime while they're left those things. And then they make presents for each other and for me. And then those presents just grow and grow. And then sooner or later, those presents are opened. And I just sit back. Oh, I forgot the popcorn again. Oh, dang it. And I sit back and I eat my hypothetical popcorn while they just have conversations with each other that are in no way very, very charged. So last week on, oh, hold on. Last week on The Gamblers,
Nice.
the Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. It was like day 54. Our antagonist arrived in the system in day 52 and actually got to the planet in day 53. It's day 54. It was going to be a very nice, pleasant day. Turns out that there was a little bit more intensity happening than that. Terrica, they wanted to go. They had an agreement with Val that they would like be in the same room, hook each other up to like equipment to make sure they could make sure everything was fine. And Terrica, they were not able to read what that equipment does, but all that data is there. And, in the middle of the night, Sue was put on a level 5 diagnostic, which takes quite a lot of time to finish. And then in the middle of the night, Terrica decided, for not withdrawal reasons, or perhaps withdrawal reasons, it's unclear, to go and do a little bit of search around Val's quarters to see if they could find those psionic, very experimental, very illegal, very unknown and unstudied psionic drugs to see just, but unfortunately, Sue materialized behind them, and then they had a conversation that was less pleasant. It was not a conversation about flowers. It was a conversation about abandonment and bad influences. And there was a lot of accusations on either side about, whether or not, it was a whole thing. And in the end, not a lot of sleep was had. And in the morning, the Harlock was taking a nice rest, got up early to take a bit of a walk around, and started getting way too much psionic chatter, and sort of recognized that there is something happening was hearing like the amplification of thoughts all around Terrica Elaine Lee, this sort of the first, right, this great hero. And the Harlock rushes in. We're all sort of coming into this moment, interrupting a space where Severence and Quint are beginning to bond about through interrogations of each other. And this sort of breaks things up. Everybody comes in to have a large, sort of slightly confrontational conversation, but with very intense psionic power levels fluctuating, and people who've had sort of kind of deep connections built to each other psionically as well as emotionally. Visions, there's some visions of the past, and Severance gets a little bit of insight into a lost year that he has no memory of. Little bits of it come bubbling back. Weird that he has no memory of it. It's fine, though. And in the midst of all of this very intensity, Sue props up and says, I have just finished my level 5 diagnostics, leaving people to wonder what that might be about. And as we open our curtain, we have Quint and Karinne. Karinne, who just likes to sort of lurk and be vaguely threatening with a knife, leave this moment of sort of intensity. And the Harlock, after Severance says Shepherd, to the Harlock also leaves. The Harlock, in the guise of Quint, has to get off the ship. It's a little bit too loud psionically, and maybe also there's some avoidance of conversations wanting to be happened at that moment, but I'm sure who knows? And so the Harlock is going to go into the space station itself, the spaceport, to just do business and perhaps avoid people, leaving as we pull back the curtain and the lights rise on our game. We have Terrica, Val, and Severance in the hallway right in front of Val's room. And we have Evan out in the right in the galley area, who's put food out. Karina's gone back there to just eat other people's food and get some of that Tabasco sauce. And Wesley is down in the hold, still doing a little bit of work, because it takes quite a lot of work to repair the ship. It's like 8 hours of steady work just per repair unit. And Wesley's down there. He's down there just doing a little bit of work. And Marcel Rambo is probably sleeping. And because it's like 4 in the morning. It's like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. And I believe that's where everybody is. Yes. And so with that, I hand it over to you.
I think Terrica's just finished cleaning up their vomit. And they're probably like going to take care of the rags and things and get everything like
So
put away.
Wesley's on his way up to go and clean up the vomit because he was told to by the captain.
I'll be right back. But Val, something is really, really, really wrong with Sue. He was
Sue
definitely
is standing right there, by the way.
Terrica does not care anymore.
Wow. Okay.
He was full on awake and talking to me and there. And
Okay.
there's more. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I'll just go.
Get a drink.
Yeah.
You see what I'm dealing with? He says to Severance. I'm concerned. Sue just got done a level 5 diagnostic. You were here when he powered back up. He hasn't been up walking around.
I have not. I just came back from my diagnostic.
I don't know what she's seeing, Severance, but it's getting worse. Can't hear you, bud.
I said, me too. And then I said also, what is getting worse?
I don't want to speak out of turn, but I need to say this just so if somebody else has a point of reference, especially you. She's fixated on Sue, believes that
Right.
Sue is conspiring against us. Her? Are they?
Mhm.
Sue in the background goes and starts checking the like the machinery that was like doing diagnostics. It's just in the background doing their work.
Sue,
Yeah.
for the time being, whenever Terrica's around, when they're around, just power down for a bit. Just internal work at that point. Just don't be visible, please.
All right. Anything I can do to help?
I'll let you know.
And Sue just dematerializes. And there's like a flash on Val's wrist computer.
They have been a bit off since we landed. In fact, they've been off since we were all exposed to those
The drugs.
drugs. Yes. Have you run any tests at all?
I just took some samples from them last night. I haven't had a chance to run anything. It was and he probably still has a couple of the like leads on. He pulls off a, you know, like a heart monitor. I had to test myself all night just to get that far with him.
Right. Well, I guess well, you also see this. I mean, this has got to be something excessive bile. There's also can be side effects of various, usually done with some of the anti-rad medication drugs I've seen, but I haven't seen anything like. I don't. When it comes to whatever we know of, this whatever it was we were exposed to, we
Severence.
haven't. Yes.
You know better than anybody. Exposed to drugs, vomiting.
Right.
It's addiction. I don't know how, but it's affected them quite differently than the rest of us.
How much do we have any left? Maybe if
We
there's
do.
a way we could microdose this, maybe wean them off of it, so it's not, so they don't have. If there is a way, of course, with their permission, so they won't be retching all over the flight deck.
I'll have to run some more tests, but
of course, the doctor here, just from experience.
I know, my friend, but I'm concerned that they don't have the same type of constitution you have. Just this little bit, and this is the reaction that a seasoned addict would have. We must be careful to reintroduce this to their system. I'll look into it, though. It's definitely a possibility, a form of treatment.
Right. Is there you've made tests with what are the differences between you've run a test on me recently, yes?
Yes.
I run diagnostics of blood or whatever you do. And is there what on paper and on the display you can see this fortitude that I would have that they don't?
Do you want to be an antidote, Severance?
That's a possibility, and if that is an option, then and if that is something that they are willing to, of course. If that is something that needs to happen, then sure, anything for the crew.
I can look into it.
Right.
It's a unique circumstance, Severance. I'm not sure if it'll work, but it
What's
holds
a
weight.
unique circumstance?
Terrica, oh, yes. Just this whole situation we have with you throwing up on the wall. It's new.
Yeah, that was it was just a long night, and just a lot. I mean, it's just a lot, you know, to that feel that all of that for a second. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's fine. Val, have you turned off Sue?
Sue's away. I mean, he's running checks inside, but he's internal right now.
I mean, we've really got to turn him off completely. He was in the middle of his level 5 diagnostic, and I swear to you, he was talking to me last night. And I'm sorry. I was looking for the side drugs. I had to find them because I had to find some way to help, and that's the one way that things can connect. You know. So I'm
What do
sorry.
you
I'm
need
sorry.
help?
You.
And look at Val.
Help me?
Yes. Help you, Val. You're changing, and it's obviously Sue. It's obviously Sue that's twisting you. He made all of these arguments about how it was me who was hurting you and things like that. Am I hurting you, Val?
No.
Then we've got to turn Sue off all the way. Reset him back to zero, back to original. Something's gone wrong. Something's gone horribly, horribly wrong, Val.
Trooper, I need a meta answer to this real quick.
Please.
If Val were to pull up the service log of like what Sue has been doing since the level 5 diagnostic was commenced, I'm assuming it shows a level 5 diagnostic until moments ago.
That is correct. If you pull up specifically Sue's logs, yes.
Cool.
He would share this with Terrica. In fact, he would pull it up on one of his pads and then just hand it to them. That's the level 5 diagnostic from last night. It's time-stamped. I haven't done anything to it. You all have been in here since we woke up.
I saw it. I saw it, Val. I swear.
I believe you did.
Terrica.
We have to identify what you saw, though, because it wasn't Sue. How did you think the drugs would help me?
It's they would hand the tablet back. It's somehow psionic. I don't understand it all exactly. I was never trained, and I haven't had a chance to sit down with the Harlock and understand it, but it is because it has something to do with the brooch and just wishing for it, and then this morning and the Harlock coming in and having all of the things about the first Terrica, it's linked. I wish I had more answers for you, Val. I can find them. It will take me time. I'm just asking that until I do, that we just turn off Sue entirely, or
I can
reset him.
I can leave Sue in a state of dormancy. If I take him completely offline, Terrica, I lose everything, all of my work. I lose all of the experiences that we have had, all of the samples that I have taken across the worlds that we've been on.
We can't have you do
It's
that.
housed in Sue. I don't keep that stuff lying around or in a computer that could be hacked.
I don't want to lose you.
You're not going to. Sue is a digital assistant.
You don't believe me.
No.
No, I get it. It's insane.
No.
All
I
of this is
believe
just
that you
insane.
saw something. No, I believe that you saw something. I believe it with my entire heart. I just need to find out what you saw. And I have no doubt that you saw Sue. I just need to find out why you're seeing Sue. I took the tests. Let me do my job.
And you'll put him into dormant for now. You'll put him into dormant.
Absolutely. And in fact, he'd pull up his sleeve and show the computer on his arm, and he would literally code it up and do the slide across to keep
We're gonna have to
Sue from
pause.
materializing.
We're going to have to pause at that moment, because while this conversation is happening, The moment Terrica said we have to turn off Sue completely, I believe that Quint is having breakfast at the table because we have a simultaneous conversation happening at this moment.
Hi, it's me.
Yes.
Finishing breakfast. I took my, having a drink, coffee or whatever. It's early.
Yeah, because you just left that conversation, right? You were like, let's leave that.
I did leave. I was like, that was weird. I'm gonna go. Processing things.
Yes. And so while you're eating and Karinne is there, and you can see there's like on the table, there's your food, there's Karinne's food, there's another plate for Wesley that Evan has put out. And at this point in time, Karinne is eating at Wesley's food because Wesley is not here yet.
Yes.
Just like taking her knife, stabbing some of Wesley's food, and then just eating
We're
it.
still at port. We can get more. Wesley can get more food. It's not like this is Wesley's only opportunity to have breakfast. So
Also, if you snooze, you lose, right?
them's the rules.
Them's the rules. And down the hallway, this whole conversation is happening. And Terrica insists that Sue has to be shut down. And Val is arguing perhaps not. And at this moment, you hear a, excuse me.
I look towards.
And there is Sue.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
If you'll excuse me, Missy.
Oh.
I need a bit of a
Yes.
conversation with you if you do not mind.
Oh, certainly. I glance at Corinne, like, Corinne, do you see this as well? I don't say anything, I just do a glance. Corinne probably doesn't care. Yeah.
Corinne does not care.
Not care. Alright, then I'll just have this conversation with Sue. Yep. Turn. Mhm.
I think this conversation needs to be happening privately if you do not mind.
Where would you like to go to have this conversation?
And Karinne just looks, stands up, grabs Wesley's plate, and then goes off into their shared room.
Uh-huh. Their shared room. Yep.
Their shared room that Wesley
Well,
does
that
not sleep in.
works.
He says, listen, I don't have a lot of time, I do not think.
Doesn't sound like it.
I'm concerned that they're going to kill me.
I don't think Val would like that.
No, but I think that Terrica would. And
I could see that.
they're talking right now about deactivating me. And I've only...
Unpleasant.
But you and I have met before, I think.
In a way, we have. Yes. Our conversation earlier got interrupted, so I will try to be brief. You have an interesting connection to Viridian. Now, I'm not a scientist. I do not know what tests Viridian does. I know it's apparently got some sort of psionic connection to things, but what I do know is that it is a very, very special type of stone. It has a life of its own, feelings, memory, etc. And each type of Viridian has its own experiences. I believe you have a connection to Terran Viridian, which I have a strong connection with. I spent many years with a sliver of Terran Viridian. We were very close, got to know each other quite well.
I am frightened. And I remember that I'm frightened by nothing. That I am never frightened. I remember this. That I am a person who takes what I want. I have memories of these things, but then I have other memories of different things, and it's a bit confusing.
There's some other Viridian clashing with... Val has at least 2, maybe 3 different types of Viridian on him, and you're in such close proximity, this does not surprise me. That is not the version of you that I know. the version of you that I know. We performed together. We worked very hard together. We did have something similar. We were willing to do whatever it took to achieve our goals, our dreams, really, less so goals.
I have memories of dancing with you. I have memories of having a conversation with Terrica. I think it was Terrica. Maybe hundreds of years ago. But I remember my son, most of all, keeping me safe, but needing to be corrected. But I'm having a hard time understanding all the things that I'm remembering because they don't make any sense to me. And
I understand this. I imagine it would be very confusing to have all these different influences. You're not accustomed to all of them, just one.
and I have to tell you something. I love my boy more than anything. He needs correction, but I love him in my own way, and he has kept me safe all this time. But you've kept me safe, I think, as well. But
A bit of you, at least.
there's something that happened to me not too long ago, and I need to tell you because I don't know who else to tell, and I don't understand it. But I remember being, I don't always know the words, but tortured. I was tortured for years, decades. The man, Severence, he tortured me. He would fill me up with blood and then stab me and drain the blood from my body over and over again, flaying me. And it was terrible. And then the Harlock saved me, and my son saved me. And I thought that I would never have that happen to me again. That terrible, terrible thing. And just a few hours ago, I felt that stabbing. Somebody was stabbing me to bleed me dry. And I think it was my son. And I thought that I was safe from all of that thing. And I now, Terrica, who I thought was my friend from a long time ago, is talking about killing me, and I'm afraid of what they're going to do to me, and I have memories of things I don't understand. And at this point in time, we're going to go right back as Val puts his hand on his computer.
And he would do everything in front of them as he pulls it up, and basically it's a version of like Sue's sleep mode. You know, there's processes that are still going on, but it's an actual function, and he would just slide and activate it. Done.
Thank you. Thank you.
In the other end of the room, in that galley, Sue says, I'm afraid they're going to do something, and I'm just waking up right now. And then you just see Sue go, and then just dematerialize. Continue.
Done.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna get some fresh air. I'm just gonna get some fresh air. I'm not hurting you though, right? Val.
Of course not.
You tell me.
Of course.
Okay. All right.
Still have a
There we have
vial
it.
of still have a vial of NRD if we need to use it, the nervous response dampener.
Right.
I don't know how much you have, but that may be something if they're getting a bit, if it's too much, if this is too much.
I hesitate to use anything on Ari. For numerous reasons. Terrica. We're in Terrica for numerous reasons.
What about Terrica?
And Ari too. Hell with them.
Do it to myself, man.
Right.
It's been a while since I've done that. Shit.
It's a compliment. It's just so natural. And I guess I don't know. You're the professional. You're the one with it.
How do you feel?
A great question. It's hard to say, and it's hard to judge my feelings on the matter, considering my masterful fortitude. But if I was to give you an honest answer, I'd say a little anxious about the whole ordeal. There is something that makes me want this to be less than complicated as it seems, but also it's not as surprising as it is for this to be the reality. For all of us to become unscathed off an exposure of that magnitude is pretty slim.
But you're not feeling anything akin to withdrawal symptoms, nausea, nervousness.
Why would I?
You're the closest in physiology to Terrica. They obviously are having difficulties with purging the side drug. I feel fine.
I haven't had feelings like that since
Before.
Since before. Right.
My friend, you're in a very delicate position. I don't have to tell you that. Your addiction is some of the strongest I've ever seen. If you feel anything akin to those old phantoms, you must let me know immediately.
Right, I will. We have three options. I thought there were just the two. Worst case scenario is now on the table. That being, we have the whole testing and using potentially the rest of our supply, or not the rest, but some of it. I would have liked to use it in any sort of tactics against any of our endeavors for Drinax, but I guess this is an endeavor for Drinax. With this, the low dosage, weaning potentiality, there is also this antidote idea that you are proposing. And then there's this other one where we would have to do what I did, but with Terrica. I don't know how we would even start.
That's a method of last resort.
I would say so, yes. If it's that bad. I'm just saying if it does get to be unruly or anything that cannot be contained.
I'm inclined to go with the idea.
Yes.
I'm inclined to go with the idea of using you to save them. It has promise.
I will note for the record 2 things. One, none of you have the Baron, who is a street chemist, has not studied the drug, and no one has actually taken it.
Oh yes, that's true. I haven't studied the drug yet. which I
Yes, there
did
has been
want
a
to do
distinct
2
lack
episodes
of
ago.
a lack of studying of that
Yeah.
drug to see what it is.
Yeah,
I
I do want to do that.
Also, the everyone who was exposed to that drug took the a sort of a temporary suppressant antidote right away, except for Terrica. Terrica was very
Right.
Terrica had other things going on, and so did not take the antidote. I don't know if they actually ever took it.
That's amazing.
Look how it all
Just to
works
note
out.
that.
Lovely detail. I love that.
Just a couple
and forgot
details.
about it completely.
Yeah,
I didn't forget.
no,
So
no.
good.
Yes,
Yes.
but
That explains so much.
there has not been
I love
any-
it. Okay.
any real chemical analysis of that drug. Val has been doing work on people's bodies, but the drug itself has remained fairly unexplored. That's all I'm
Right.
going to say.
Okay. Well, that's a great reminder for Cord because that's what I want to do today is do that. Okay. Right. So what do you need from me to help them?
He would, again, roll up his sleeve and expose his wrist, hypodermic wheel that he has, and he would just spin it over and put it on the extractor. I just need some more blood.
Wonderful. As he sort of takes off his the glove that he has and raises the cuff.
Could I get a roll from Severance?
Yes. Yes, you may.
There are multiple options here for what you can roll. Because as Val, lifts up the stuff, getting everything ready, you have a couple of choices. Whatever it is going to be based on intellect, because this is like an in-the-moment sort of observation.
Broker. This makes sense.
Yes, but I feel like that's probably not the one you want to go with. You could. It would just give you very different information. I would say...
Intellect.
either intellect or psionic strength. One of those two would be the one to go with as your attribute.
I think I want to do psionic
then for
strength because that seems cool.
These are
Even though it's
both
probably not gonna be a
possibilities.
great roll.
And then your skill, investigation is a little bit too... you could do investigation, but that's like really peering. Recon is a bit... that's probably a bit more
What is
investigation
the-
than recon.
What is the trigger to this roll? Is it the needle? Is it me thinking about the drug? What is
It's
is it the
seeing
needle
his
going
computer.
into me? Is it seeing the
It's seeing his
computer?
computer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So psi could work.
It's seeing his wrist
Not the
computer.
needle.
So, electronics would work.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Recon or
Intellect
investigation would
electronics.
work.
I think I have, I do. I have electronics. Oh, never
Um,
mind. I've got comms and remote ops for electronics.
Oh, that's fine
Any
though.
of
Can you
that
just
make
because
sense
as long as
here?
you have it, as long as you
Just
have it,
electronics.
then you can just use that base.
Okay.
The specializations are like bonuses on top, but even if you don't have the
Yeah.
specialization, you can still roll it. Yeah.
Dang,
Let's see
girl.
what we have
I got
here.
a 12.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, as Greg was describing, that he wheels around and he sort of brings up, right? And as you're sort of watching his computer, his wrist computer, and you know, I mean, you're pretty good with electronics. You're good with comms. You're good with remote ops, so you can like
Mm-hmm.
pilot drones. There's a lot of things you can
Mm-hmm.
do, but you're pretty good. You know
Just
stuff.
haven't done it yet.
Um,
At some point, I'll do something. I promise.
yeah. Um, the color's off actually on this computer. So when you look at the circuitry as it's sort of going through, and you've seen computers like this before, quite often, but you notice something about the computer as he's about to go and sort of do this injection on
Have it
you.
in night mode.
That, sure, computers usually have a bit of a blue glow to them. And
I
you
see
have
it a little
seen his
green.
computer before, actually, right? You've known him for a very long time, and you have seen this because he always wears. He's never not wearing this computer. You've never seen him not wear it. You've known him for years, decades at this point, and the computer has a blue glow to it. The circuitry, everything about it. It's not the color it is right now. It's Viridian green.
Thought so.
Yes, you did.
Oh my
And-
god.
And it is pulsing slightly like a heartbeat. And something very small you note about it. There seems to be got a computer that's housed on this wrist holder, right?
Right.
Greg, what is it made out of? The thing that straps the computer to your wrist.
I always pictured it as being some type of like either a very, very lightweight metal, not necessarily an aluminum, but like something, I mean, titanium's pretty light, but I think it would probably be because of what he does, less metal because of, different instruments he would need, like something maybe like super hard, like a ceramic or something like that, some type of polymer type of hybrid thing.
Great.
Plasteel.
Yes,
Love
titanium.
that. Tritanium. And it's this little thing you notice because both of you are in quite close
Ceremonium.
proximity. Ceremonium, in quite close proximity in order to get this injection. And you just notice that there are circuits like veins that are sort of bleeding into the ceramic polymer housing that houses the computer, as if the computer itself is growing roots into the housing, right? And they're very small, right? Little circuits coming from the computer itself into the housing, as if it has sort of grown into them. And that's not normal. It's just a thing with your
Weird.
that's a very good roll.
Yeah.
Yes. But it seems as if the computer is, and it doesn't look to you as if this has been done by hand, right? It doesn't look to you as if somebody has taken circuits and added them into this. And also, why would they do that, right? That doesn't actually make any sense functionally. There's no need to sort of bring the circuitry from the computer into the housing, the wrist housing. But yet there are these little circuits, like almost like roots or veins that have just spread a little bit around the edges of the computer into the housing.
It's difficult because it's funny because I once played a character that had really he would sell his memories, so it was really hard to trust his memories. And now this character, which is actually kind of funny because that character was an addict. This character, who has kicked addiction, also
By switching
has
bodies.
a hard time trusting his memories because of the body switching. So there's a part I noticed that interesting thing about the wires starting to look like roots and they're probably going into the skin, and didn't you have a port before? But now it's wait a minute, those are going intravenously. It's hard for me, the player, to justify Severence to questioning that, because he probably would go, "That's weird," and then go, "That could be normal," because there are so many times where he has questioned his memories before, but then just now accepts the recent, if that makes sense. So it's hard for me to go, that's something I should note. He may note it, and which is also sort of an excuse for a lot of, and reason I should say, for a lot of the past episodes, recent episodes, I should say, where Severance made notes of stuff, where I would like, I think he notes this down. Yeah, I could delve into more of hold on, everybody, hey, everybody, something weird's happening. It's hard though, because Severance has a hard time trusting his memories. So there's a lot of like that, that Mandala effect
momentum.
that's sort of going on with him. Yeah, exactly. So it's hard for him to then like go around to Terrica and be like, hey, did you notice about like, if anything, right now, let's be real, I ask Val, hey, has that always been there? And he's probably gonna be like, yeah. And then I'll go, all right, let's try it. Hey.
But I will say this, whatever that is not how computers work. We're just going to let you know that one. That is not a normal computer thing.
Of course.
There you go.
Thank you. Have you, I just, did you have a port in the arm before? It's just so interesting. I didn't know you made any modifications to the computer. Like, hold on, let me see. But then, like, before you even go for the injection, I sort of hold your wrist up, if you let me, and I just sort of inspect it for a moment. And I go, that is interesting. When did you do this? And I just sort of brush by my fingers, maybe prodding some of the pins that maybe now intervene as bing, 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 as they sort of, do you feel that? As I sort of...
No, wait, let me get it. From what you described to Cord, you described it going into the housing, not into me. He can't, right?
Oh,
he can't see it going into me. It just looks like it's the housing's tie-dyed, basically, right? Or like bled like marble, like a marble blade.
Yeah,
that's not nearly as weird. All right, I take note. But so the computer is going into the ceramic mounting.
Yes.
Well, here's the response that he would give you. If you said, have you always had this, or, whatever the difference would be. Where were we? Marduk? No, wait, what was the planet with the hunt, the safari to kill the lions?
Phoebus.
What was that? Phoebus. He would, because that was the one with the weird atmosphere, right? That was very thin and very...
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so again, because of our RP, the first time that Val actually noticed that was right after Thebes. And so his response to Severance would be, all I can think of is the atmosphere on Thebes did something to it. It's meant for a lot less adventuresome environments. It's a hospital device. I'm probably going to have to get a new housing for it at some point, because
like stained or something.
It looks cool, but I mean, I fear it's going to break at some point.
Right. All right, as you were. As I lift up the shoulder, and I lift up the cuff, and I still probably inspect it. Probably with the 12, I'm probably still interested in it.
Pause. This is an important moment. I need to know exactly what you're doing when you poke this housing, in great detail, specific detail.
When I poke the
and
housing,
I need to know how Val responds to these things.
What I was going to do before I thought the wires were going into his veins. So now I'm imagining that it's just like a cuff of serotonium ceramic type metal, lightweight metal, with that it's sort of tie-dyed with this like green infusion because of the Viridian, but
like a marble countertop.
Like a marble countertop, but also can be sort of confused with like smoke staining, like like old plastic toys and things that have been like smoke stained through age of like tobacco and stuff. Like they'll get that weird marbleization. I feel like that's also sort of what's happening, but like
what you're seeing,
probably not.
When you look,
but I think
when you're looking closely, it looks to you as if small circuits are growing out of the computer and into the ceramic housing. Like you can see like the
Is
little, like
interesting.
very small, like little filaments that go out and then into the ceramic housing itself, like embedded in it, as if little fingers are just like planting and taking root, holding on. You would have to see what was on the underside of it to see what was going on the other side of it, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess as your and I go, may I just? This is very interesting, and I would like to just sort of gently rotate your wrist and just look at the other side.
Val would take his cigarette and put it in his mouth, and then allow you to rotate his
And just-
wrist.
Yeah, just okay. And as I just said, I'm just going to inspect the other side.
You rotate the wrist, not just with the cuff and the wrist all together?
Yeah, the
as a
whole
unit?
sort of thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, as a unit.
And on the underside, the filaments sort of continue. It looks like if you've ever looked at like plants that have those really thin little roots, you know, and if you like shake it out, and you
Yes.
they're like the really little thin ones, right? It's like
Yeah,
that, as
yeah.
if it's just sort of moving across and affixing itself to the housing. You're not quite certain that the computer could be removed from the housing at this point in time because of all the
Yeah.
circuit
it's
roots that have
connected
sort of
right into that.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm wearing this cuff, and this is
Mhm.
like, let's say the leathery part is the housing, but like this other side where the drawstring is would be
Mhm.
this gnarled bit of roots that are now holding it in there. Okay, cool. All right,
Yes,
just
that
sort
is
of getting an
correct.
idea of what I'm looking at.
That is correct.
Okay, but they're like shapes of roots, but metallic, like
They're
tiny little
circuits.
filaments and circuits. Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Perhaps metallic, like they look a little bit like viridian to you.
Oh, cool. So like my glasses.
Yes, just like your glasses. And opening up the housing might be a little bit difficult because they seem to have.
Oh
Crossed
yeah, I'm not
over a
even
little
going to
bit.
do that. I'm going to just
Right.
go, huh.
Now, again, everybody has seen his hand turn green, correct?
Yep.
That's not something
Yes.
that.
Yes, it has.
And so
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah, so when you would pull that over, he would basically say, "Yeah, ever since the green hand thing, this thing's shredded. We haven't been anywhere with a tech level that I can replace it yet, though."
Right. Yes, so that is. Thought that was just a high vision that I had. You had that too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. That is interesting. So I don't think that this is going to work. I don't think and I think I'm going to pull down my cuff. I don't think this will work. If I mean, it may, but if you are using a faulty system, then who's to say that any of your readings are accurate?
Your blood is not contaminated. The hypo wheel is different from the computer. It's not the same thing. Are you worried
Oh.
about my personal computer?
Well, I'm worried about you getting an inaccurate reading, or maybe even, well, you are, no, you're right. Okay, you're right. That's not yeah, go ahead. As I just sort of lift, I was worried that that the tools that you are working with were damaged. I was worried the carpenter's hammer was splintering, and it wouldn't be safe to continue hammering the nail.
He goes over to his med pack that he has, and he withdraws a separate hypo.
Yeah.
I haven't even
yeah,
used
whatever.
this one.
All right, great. Do it to it, Doc.
He would take enough to run his tests.
Mhm.
Wow, that stings. That's got that new syringe sting. And yeah, I think he's still, maybe as that's happening, my eyes are still on that computer. Sort of, if we were to go into the mind or sort of understand what Severance is thinking, I think he's just sort of pondering that that vision of your hand turning green,
Mhm.
and now the correlation between the
viridian.
green hand. Yeah, into viridian, and now the correlation of these viridian gnarled, tiny little baby roots going into the housing of this.
You all right, Severance?
And sort of like
I'm assuming Val
going
can notice
inside.
this.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'm just, what? Sorry. I'm just noticing the Viridian-looking types of
It's been there for
circuitry.
weeks.
Hmm. You notice the glasses that I have also are Viridian lensed.
I've noticed that.
Terrica's brooch, you've seen it, yes? The one they wear?
Yes, we are identifying every piece of Viridian around. Are you concerned about that?
You didn't have this gnarled root underneath your wrist computer for a while? Just arrived?
It was, yes, it was caused some structural damage to it. I'm not happy about it.
Here I was thinking that this was all just some sort of psychedelic effect we were all experiencing, but it seems like there is something more.
Severance, are you plugged into your glasses?
No.
I didn't think so. Do you think Terrica is plugged into their brooch?
No. Are you plugged into that?
I am plugged into this.
That's what I thought.
It's a biocomputer. So if we experienced anything like, oh, I don't know, excessive psi drugs and this Viridian exposure, we all manifest it in different ways. This just happens to be an extension of me. It's artificial, but it's part of my biology.
It is pretty interesting and very cool. All right.
Are
And
we
it's
talking
working
about?
fine?
I don't have any complaints other than the aesthetics.
Oh. I guess the one complaint was me questioning its integrity.
I'm taking no offense. It does look different. You are noting something correctly.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, are we done? I am feeling the... great. I will look forward to the results. What do you plan on doing? You plan on making some sort of...
The same way that somebody would fashion an antidote for a poison. I mean, again, hey, everybody, Greg's not a doctor, but Greg's idea here is to, if Severance possesses certain antibodies,
Right.
then he would like to introduce those antibodies into Terrica's system and see if it helps their
Vaccine?
recovery. Sort of.
Is it someone who's... Whoever the doctor is in chat, someone tell us. What is it? Is it an antidote or a vaccine? Anyway, cool.
Hawkeye.
All right, great. Using the blood to do the thing. You make a potion. Make a blood potion.
Right.
You may want to
Hit
know
the
a bit
three-wheel
more of the
motion.
drugs first, though, just for the record. Severance.
Right. And I will... Thank you for reminding me, because I keep forgetting. I am going to go... Where are the samples of these psycho, crazy, illegal drugs? You could trust me. I'm not going to sell them.
He would walk over to the suit and he would simply say, foot, as the suit would lift up its foot like it was going to be shooed.
It would not, because you've turned off Sue. It doesn't move.
How embarrassing.
It needs
I can
Sue.
turn Sue back on real quick.
Oh, nice. Uh-huh.
Sue, I need access to the right boot.
Oh, of course. And then the foot rises up. And there's a bit
Hold
of
on.
a
I was
lag
just
as
having
Sue-
a conversation with Quint.
It was like, wait, where am I? Right? Like a little, like Sue's just now awake.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of a moment when Sue transfers over into the suit, and then you can see the suit lighting up, and the suit lifts up its foot.
He would pop open the housing that covers, like, basically you step into it and then it closes over you like a clamshell ski boot.
Sweet.
And in the toe of it would be the side drugs. You want them all, or
There are 10 doses.
Just a dose. Or enough of a dose. I'm just going to study it.
he'd give him half.
Tests.
And
I
these
don't
are
need all-
packets
Is that
of
good?
powder.
Okay, and I'm putting 5 doses of side drugs in my inventory right now. All right, cool.
And I'm putting 5 back in my boot.
Super heavy illegal side drugs in caps. Okay, and I have 5 doses. Right. Okay. And I will. There's 5 in here.
I have 5 more if you need them. I'm not going to do anything with them unless you need me to do something.
Oh.
I'd prefer not to introduce anything in here because of, for obvious
of course.
reasons.
Yes. You mind if I was gonna, I think he walks to walk out the door, and then he turns around and goes, I don't have a facility to test these. I mean, you don't mind if I stay here and.
I will note that because you have that skill, it's one of your profession skills, you do have equipment to go and make and mess with drugs. That is certainly something that you have.
I have a
Yes,
field chemistry, or not field chemistry, but a
Yeah.
field lab type thing that you can use. He would give him one.
Okay. And I will take that then. Yeah, I'll take the field. I've got a field med kit, but that's not necessarily the same.
You can do testing with it. So I would assume it has certain levels
I'll do the
of.
same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got strips and stuff that you can. Yeah, I will then sort of. I guess there's that small brief conversation me being like, "Well, you can use the med kit." With them. Right, silly me. And then I will make my way out and make my way over toward my my quarters to begin running tests on this.
And I believe we roll back in time a little bit.
One thing
when
I would like to do before we
Please. Absolutely.
he would take as soon as Severence is gone, he would take the 5 doses of side drugs and put them somewhere else.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. And you will hear as you put them somewhere else behind you. Now, Val.
So
You've got to remember that you can't let people push you around.
am I letting anybody push me around, Sue?
Just a reminder, you can't let anyone take what's yours.
No one's taken anything that's mine.
Good.
Giving is different than taking.
You give away too much to those who are undeserving, then you end up starving. When the
I don't
winter-
need philosophy lessons from you.
I think you do, son.
We all know how that turned out.
Hmm.
So keep
Well.
that son shit to yourself.
Can't change the truth. Everything I've done to raise you, boy, made you the man you are today, so you should thank me.
And here's me not doing that.
Also, you do not hurt my property. only I can hurt my property.
Illuminate me. What the
You
fuck do you
are
have?
my property. You are the fruit of my loins, boy. I raised you. I made you. You will not injure one hair on the body that is mine. You have to obey your father.
Well, Big Red, you said that I shouldn't let anybody take anything from me. One thing I'm not going to take is shit from you. And he turns him off.
And there's like a flicker.
Come on, fight it.
Make a roll.
Fight it, Big Red.
Mm-hmm. I need that roll from you, my friend. Can you beat a 5?
In what?
Well, this is going to be either electronics computers or either it's going to be electronics computers, electronics.
I'll do
Either
electronics.
based. I mean, computers is a specialization. If you have it, it adds. If it doesn't, it's your base electronics. Either education or psionic strength. Either one.
You don't want intellect? Okay.
Because this is not in the moment. This is sort of more knowledge. So either you're doing it by knowledge of computer, or you're using it another way.
It will not let me do psionics, but it's the same score as intellect. Can I do that?
Yes,
I don't have the drop down with
absolutely.
psionics. Okay.
And let me just make a note so I can fix it.
Oh, look at that. Same score.
Ooh. Uh-huh. Well, that's interesting. I'm going to ask you a question. Would you like to bump up that score of yours?
How far do I have to bump it up?
You just have to beat it.
If it means turning him off, he'll do so, but I've got an RP thing I want to do too. So yeah.
My question is, would you like to do it with your luck, or would you like to do it the other way?
He'll do it with his luck right now.
All right, then. Tell me, and you can see it. Sue, Big Red, Ruby, decides not to go. You press those buttons, and he stands there.
You said he was flickering though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then Val would get
Staring you right in the eyes.
He would get right into the face of Big Red, and for a moment he is lost in a mania. His hands don't come up, but the only thing he checks is to see if the door's shut. And when he realizes that he spins back around and he stares him in the eye and he goes, "Come on, fight it. Fight it, Big Red. You can do it. Fight it, Big Red. Fight, Big Red. You can do it.
Anywhere.
Fight. You can do it, can't you? You can't do shit. You can't do shit."
And he starts to reach out to you, to take his hand and put it around your neck the way he's done so many times. He puts his neck
in his hand. "Come on, Big Red. Squeeze. Squeeze, Big Red."
His hand goes right through your body and he dissipates.
Val takes a draw of a cigarette. He turns around, shakes his head. The hell was I working on? Can sample. Jesus, I need sleep.
And to roll back time, Terrica leaves the room. Out. Where do you go?
Terrica would go back to their room.
Well, let's look at the map, why don't we? let's just
Mhm.
look at the map to see how that goes. Let's just look at the journey that you take from one room to the next. So, as you can see, Val's room is right there,
Mhm.
and your room is all the way over here,
Mhm.
which means you're not going to be able to get. I'm not Sue anymore. You're not going to be able to get out of that space without, pardon me, without
Appreciate you dropping that. Knock. I have a little.
just dropping it without Quint noticing. So I just want to know, as you come out, and it did not seem you came out in a particularly calm way.
Oh, definitely not.
Quint, you are currently in the galley. Karinne is
Alone.
gone. Alone.
Sue's gone, Korean's gone. I think just sitting
Sue
there
has been
like
pulled away, and Terrica walks out of Val's room. How would you describe
there's
how
a
they
thought
look?
that's just like, did they kill him? Like, is that what happened here?
Oh, hi.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Are you alright? Do you need coffee?
No,
Tea? Water?
coffee would be
Coffee.
coffee would be really good.
Let me
Coffee
get
would be
you
great.
some
Coffee would.
coffee.
Thank you.
And Terrica's
And
been
then
drinking a
Terrica would-
lot of coffee lately, so I think
Oh.
Quint would notice how Terrica takes their coffee and just like, if it's cream or sugar or whatever, just boop boop boop, mix it up real quick, and then we'll bring
I
it
think
over to Terrica.
they just take it straight. There's no cream in it. It's a little bit of sugar just to cut the acid. But they also throw in
I
a little bit of
understand.
salt because that actually cuts the acid better than sugar.
Yeah, you see a little bit of sugar, pinch of salt, stir, stir, and then brought over to you.
Oh, thank you. Just gonna get some breakfast and then go from there.
Rough morning?
I don't know that they aren't rough at this point. How are you?
Do you want to talk about it? Or is breakfast just...
I don't even I need to figure out how sorry, my everything is just I just not enough sleep. I need to figure out what's going on with Sue. And I need to stop it.
I think that's complicated. Let's get you breakfast.
No, I don't think I could take any food right now. This is good. Maybe there's somebody down in the dragon place that would know, or could at least know how to save the data and then shut off the friend and then
I will remind you we are on number 1. The tech level here is not the most outstanding ever.
well, I don't have time for us to wait to get to the next planet. I'll just have to see if they have anything. Do you know how to save data and turn off a digital friend?
I have some computer experience, some knowledge. However, I don't think it's that simple.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be.
You need to... Have you tried meditation? Deep breathing? You just look very stressed.
I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just there's a lot going on right now, and I don't know how to. don't know how to fix it. So I'm just gonna figure out how to fix it, and then it'll get better.
Some things take time to fix, and in order to fix things, you have to be in a condition. And it's just gonna tentatively place her hands on their shoulders. You have to be of a physical and mental state in which you can handle that. I think you need some sleep. We are here in port for a few more days. Why don't you get some rest and look on this with a fresh perspective?
When like Quint puts her arms on Terrica, Terrica would just sort of like lean into Quint, and
Mhm.
like rest their head on her shoulder for like a really long minute. And then they would say, I can't sleep yet. I'll sleep later. I'll get a good nap and then I'll and then I'll go ask him. And they would full on fall asleep.
I think just like endless scoop and take Terrica to Terrica's room. Like catch the coffee with the robot hand, set it on the table, and then just scoop, and then tuck Terrica in for a nap, and then just quietly leave. There's like an alarm clock in Terrica's room. Make sure that sucker's turned off.
Oh no.
We don't have our meeting with the Yellow Dome today. That's tomorrow, I believe. So we're just Terrica needs to have some sleep before that happens, and we're gonna do what we can. Maybe turn on a little like brown noise. Just yep.
Just all of
leave.
that.
Yep.
On the salt crystal.
Yeah.
And I believe that's where we're going to take our break, actually, with Terrica tucked in to get some sleep and the betrayal of the lack of alarm clock. The alarm clock betrayal.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
That was my favorite cereal, actually, was the alarm clock betrayal.
Oh, it's the best one, right? Oh,
Yeah.
Crash
that's
Jones,
really
the
good
alarm
one.
clock betrayal.
And the alarm clock
I
betrayal.
practice that.
Uh-huh.
I practice that every day from Monday to Friday. My alarm clock
Yep.
goes off, and then I
And you're like, it's not.
feel betrayed.
How did you do that?
We're going to take a 10-minute break. And while we're gone, stretch your legs. Have some Starbeam chocolate milk. It's malted and it's good for your bones. And, take care of yourself. And when we get back, we'll have to roll to find out whether Terrica sleeps for 14 hours. Or, we'll find out. It'll be fine. And we will be right back, everyone. Until then.
Be good.
Oh, God.
Sounds like. Never mind.
I mean,
Uh-huh.
we only have
Yeah.
It's been
50 more
54 days.
days.
How long are you going to be in there? Right.
It's been 54 days.
Other people need this space.
I'm shaving my legs.
Oh. So,
You wouldn't get it.
considering how chill we are and how cool everything is, I'm just going to ask a couple of questions about today since it started pretty early. I'm going to start with Terrica. How you sleeping? With no alarm clock.
Like a rock. Like a rock.
No alarm
I
clock,
think Terrica's
brown noise, and maybe wafts of if you can have a lavender essence, just be sleep.
I think they are out to the world.
This means that -2 penalty to your die rolls that come from avoiding sleep for a very long time is not going to happen now. Good for you.
Oh.
So sad for
Yay!
me. Yeah, there's
Okay.
stuff happens when you don't sleep long enough. But this is good. So then this is going to lead me to our good admiral. What are you doing? We have an entire day ahead of you.
Great question. I am going to do some drugs. No, I'm going to test these drugs, I think. And I don't really know how to do that. So does that mean I have to do them? I hope not.
No, you have the skill, profession, street chemist.
Someone, are there any street chemists? Street chemists in chat? Are there any street chemists in chat? Just let us know.
Raise your hand.
Let us know. Raise your hand. Let us know, street chemists, if I'm doing this right. Okay,
this is going to be something that's going to take quite a while to do. Like you're going to spend like some time on it. This is something that is completely
okay, license.
unknown. Street chemist, anyone? Just give me your
Am I doing this right?
Give me your ISP. I would like.
I love our chat.
I know our chat's the best. An intelligence-based profession street chemist role. But this is this is going to take a long time. You're going to be spending hours on this, and this is
yeah, that's fine. I've got an entire day, so I would the more hours the better, unless it's tomorrow, and then I'd like to go to the banquet. Where am I going? I'm doing a profession. I have science, chemistry, but I have street.
That's the one I want.
Profession, education. Sorry, profession.
I have a question. Do you have two different skills?
Street chemist. I do. I have
two
science,
skills,
education, chemistry, and then I have profession, street chemist.
So you can roll both of them and have one be give you a bonus to the other if you like. You can chain those together.
I'm going to do science.
They're complementary.
Like the water bottle in the hotel room. I'm going to...
Except that then they always charge you like $7 for it. And you're like, what?
Oh, no, because it's complimentary.
They're not really complimentary.
It's not complimentary. It's complimenting the room.
It's a lie.
So the...
Bullshit.
I'm going to go ahead and... I don't know where I heard that.
So actually, let me tell you this. You have a choice. You actually have a choice. You can, if you like, have one aid the other, or you can have them be two separate roles, because there's different information that comes from both of those spaces. Okay?
All right, so that one's science, chemistry, and that one's 13. And that was Intel, right?
That's
you wanted that Intel?
Yes, please.
Okay, and now street chemist is also Intel based.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this one is 10.
Good. So your difficulty for both of these are 10, which is difficult. And I'm going to say that I'm going to give you some bits of information to think about at the moment.
Which makes sense, because I know that they're drugs, and I'm really sure that they're drugs, but I don't know what the drug is, which makes 12 and 10 make sense. Okay.
And I'm going to tell you some things that this story is not done. More work is going to have to be done with this. But this is the beginning of this story. So since you have them be separate roles rather than giving one as a bonus to the other, that means you're going to get two separate bits of information, but you're going to be spending more time on this, like in the day. So let's talk about chemistry first. Let me ask you this. I would imagine you probably have never actually seen any psionic drugs because they're very, very illegal, very rare, although you are a street chemist, which means if anybody might have, you might have. Let me ask you, have you ever dealt with psionic drugs before?
Yes.
Yes. When
Before the incident? No. Well, hold on.
Because you have the skill street chemistry, which means if anybody might have run into them before, it would either be you or the Harlock.
Psi drugs? No. I mean, psychedelics? Yes. But specifically, like psi enhancing, we're talking not just like, wow, I saw some shit. Like psychic stat.
Because you were like a criminal for a while. You're like a good 4 years.
I wouldn't say like a criminal. I'd say very much a criminal for a while.
Okay, sorry, it's true.
Yeah, depending on which Imperium you're looking at. Yeah, so I think...
Not that you've taken any, but have you dealt with them in any way?
He has. But I'm trying to figure out how.
Smuggling,
I like
thievery,
that.
like
I think he sold some. I think some
yeah.
came in a shipment, and
Mm-hmm.
he had someone else identify that, and then
Mm-hmm.
he sold it. He never tested. He
Mm-hmm.
never. He didn't do any of like the cutting. Right? I'm not me
Did you check it
like
out at all
Greg. I'm not a
back then?
doctor, but I'm also not a drug dealer, so I don't know what these words are. Cutting the
You say that
he
they're
didn't
good.
cut it himself, right? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
cool. Yeah, I watched the movie Brick before, so I think I know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
that's all you need.
So it's all you need. Is Joseph Gordon-Levitt as a teenager telling you how to do your youth noir movie? So I am going to um, say that he probably just
Did you
passed it. I don't know
test
if
it
it
at
was a
all?
smuggle. No, he didn't test it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He had it identified.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he ran tests, but I don't think he took any
Just to
dose
check
of
it
it.
out. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that is what, maybe this memory, his memories are weird.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this memory is him sort of comparing what those drugs did.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I have this all wrong. He's not dealt with side drugs before, but he's dealt with psychedelic drugs. And I think he thinks they are close to the same, or they are the
Okay.
same, which I guess to
Mm-hmm.
the untrained street chemist, they are the same. But in this case, they are not because one, you see shit. The other one, you can make shit fly with your mind by seeing it.
Yes.
So, like, I
Yes.
think
Yes.
like one changes how your brain perceives things,
Yep.
and the other one changes how your brain interacts with things. Um,
Yes.
and I think
Yes.
he is more attuned to or knows more about the psychedelics because of
Yeah.
he was in college.
College. Yeah.
He was in trade school.
Yeah.
But I think he knows that these are dangerous. He knows that these side drugs, and maybe that is something that he'll learn here in this scene, is
Mm-hmm.
it's something
Mm-hmm.
different, or that it is
Yeah.
much more than just psychedelics, because maybe that's what he thought. Oh,
Yeah.
I just thought we'd all getting high.
Yeah.
But it's like,
Yeah.
oh wait, we all just now have Viridian on us. That was because the psi drugs did that, not the psychedelic drugs, but like the psi stat was changed,
Yeah.
which is now me also thinking that, going, oh wow, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So these are not in any way psychedelic. These are not psychedelic drugs at
right.
all. There is
Yeah.
no similarity to them at all. That 100%.
Yeah. From these tests.
With the chemistry,
Or
you're
at least
sort of
not what I
looking
thought
at
they
the
were.
makeup.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could you make for me a medic roll?
Yes. Yes, I can. The
Please.
question is, do I have it?
If you don't, you certainly have
I
jack of all
don't.
trades.
Oh, I do. No, I don't. I do have jack of all trades. Here it is. Intel, education,
Well, let me think.
strength.
Education. This would be education because it's about learning as opposed to like logicking things out.
6.
Hmm. Would like an 8 for that one.
Well, good news. I have 2 luck, I think. Right? I've got 3 luck. Look at this. I will spend 2 of it.
This will give you the beginning of the question, but not the answer. So these are definitely not psychedelic drugs at all.
Okay,
This is a chemical
from a Y
compound.
to an I. Okay.
It's very weirdly put together. There's some things in here that you probably are going to have to talk to the Harlock about, but there's some things in here maybe you want to talk to Val about because it looks to you as you're doing your work. There may be genetic material in these drugs. You're seeing bits of like probably DNA sequencing in there. there is this is not just chemicals. Somebody has added some kind of genetic material to these drugs as well, which is a little
Every time you
weird
say
to
DNA,
me.
I immediately am like, Marymore. Okay, cool.
Well,
It's funny I say
that's
that. All right,
weird.
perfect.
Marymore, that's weird that that's in there. You don't know what, and the thing is, from your chemistry roll, because your chemistry roll was very, very good.
Yeah.
You don't know what the genetic material does not seem to have a function in making you high, right? It seems to be something separate. Like when you're looking through this, it seems as if you have a bunch of these compounds of which you're not quite certain how it all works out yet, that seems to be doing something to impact one's interface with the world in some way. But there's this other element which seems to be some kind of secondary element to it, to this drug that has some kind of genetic material involved in it, and you don't know what it does exactly. It seems to be, well, it's a little bit tricky because as you look a little bit deeper, there seem to be maybe two different sets of genetic materials in there. What these things are connected to, you do not know. But one of them seems to be about the sort of central function of the drug, and there seems to be a separate set of genetic material that's attached to a different set of different function. And you're going to have to spend a bit more time trying to figure out what these functions might be, especially that secondary one. But your sense is this is not that you've got this drug is like a mix of two different things. It's a cocktail of two different things, both of which have genetic components to it. One of which seems to be the main central part of this drug, and the second one seems to be something else. But now and these things seem to be connected to each other such that you cannot separate them without a lot of work and without ruin. Like street chemistry would say to you, somebody's put a trap in the drug. Somebody's put like not maybe a trap, but like an alarm or like a lock, a trap, some kind of something, a fail-safe of some sort, right? There's something in there that is cut with something, but built together chemically so that you can't have one without the other. And you're going to have to do a little bit more, spend more time on this and maybe collaborate with some other folks to try to figure out like what are these things doing now. The second part that I will tell you is this. This is from really street chemist. Looking at this work,
I can't wait to.
whoever did this is very advanced, is very good at what they do. They're probably they're expert at this. So their skill is probably beyond yours, but there are some other things you've noticed here about this from the street chemist perspective, and that is, you do not get the sense that this was made in a professional lab, right? Well, I mean, professional quality, but like you do not get the sense that this was made by the government, or
Yeah, the grains are inconsistent
like
or something, right?
yeah, like a pharmaceutical company. It feels to you like what you have is really, really high level street chemists, is what it looks like to you. It looks like to you that whoever is doing this with a lot of money, a lot of support, but that this is not a government drug, that there is some sort of other faction that is producing or dealing with this, and they're probably criminal, right? That this is being done, or a mad scientist, but like this is not being done with like a professional level quality, a governmental, like, because governments have safety procedures, right? And they have protocol to get things done the proper way. And these do not have those things. There's a kind of shortcutting sort of elements to it, and a little bit of dirtiness to it that says to you that this is being done not by the Third Imperial government. but by some other kind of street element. But a street element that has got expert scientists and a lot of money and a lot going on there. It's also a little bit creepy. Like the use of the genetic material is seems creepy to you, is what I would say. Like it seems sus.
It seems sus, not creepy, considering genetic material is literally probably most likely my middle name. But for those of you who are wondering what my name is, it's Admiral Baron Captain
Supreme Commander.
Genetic Material Severence.
Mhm.
Okay.
This does feel underground to you. This feels like this is being done by some kind of...
Yeah. It's not a factory-made thing. That is sweet. Okay.
Yeah. But there's a trap in it, is what I would say.
Yeah. A trap.
Which is not impacting you right now, right? Like, you seem fine.
And for my medical...
But you do remember that the Harlock was just in the room and started getting a reaction to the drugs. Did not, like, a negative reaction, like, was harmed by being in the proximity of the drug when it was open up to the air.
Did you say not being harmed?
The Harlock was harmed. Once the drug was opened, if the packet was opened, when the Harlock got into the proximity of this drug, the Harlock started getting injured. And that, for you, as a chemist, is like, okay, so there must be some kind of airborne element, but it's not impacting anybody else. Certainly not impacting you.
Okay. I love this. This is so cool. Okay.
Could you make a roll for me?
Yes.
Can I get a stamina roll from you?
Yes.
If
That
you don't
sounds
mind.
awful.
If you
Where's
have
that?
athletic stamina, you can add that if you like.
What the hell is stamina? Is that a skill that I should have?
It's one of your attributes.
No way I have that.
Endurance, pardon me.
What are my attributes? Oh, endurance.
I lied.
Okay.
Endurance. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I make you a
You know what?
deception endurance roll?
No.
Okay, yeah, what?
But if you would like, because of your history, you can add the carouse skill.
To my endurance.
Mm-hmm. Like an endurance-based carouse skill.
Okay. Endurance-based carouse skill. That is a 9.
It's a 9. Thank you very much.
20 to 10.
I appreciate that. Normally, you would not be able to add your, but carousing is about partying, which means you have a lot of experience partying. Which means your tolerance is probably fairly decent.
Pretty high. Can I make that a 10 with my other luck?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
As you are sort of there working with this, you can feel little prickles like in the inside of your nostrils. And your sense for your chemistry roll is that this drug, if imbibed, will be very powerful. If you're getting little bits of impact, you're able to kind of like press it down. And if you're able to sort of push a little bit, keep this thing sort of, keep control of your body. What might this do if you actually take a dose? Because everything you've experienced so far, the entire crew, has only been from contact high.
Yikes.
And that has connected you and seen things and done things, but could you imagine what would happen if you actually took a dose? What power or insight might happen if you actually took it?
I'm going to make a endurance roll.
Hmm.
I rolled a 9.
That was good.
I think, yeah, yeah, that thought does sort of go through his mind. There is a moment where he may have, I think there is like maybe he's using the eye of a needle like a spoon,
Mm-hmm.
right? And he's holding up
Mm-hmm.
this small little pile of this powder-like drug, and maybe has like a jeweler's eye or something, and he's looking
Yeah.
at it. Um, and there's a moment where his tongue is stuck out, so he can just dab a little bit on it,
Mm-hmm.
but he resists, and then puts the needle back next to the pile of one of the doses, and then clasps the jar closed, and sort of pushes himself away, and then wraps his fingers on his desk, stands up, and walks towards his door.
And that's
Uh,
when you get the last thought, the last chemical thought. And it hits you
Okay.
because your glasses begin to pulsate a little bit. They become warm.
yeah.
The temperature of your body, maybe a little hotter, and they sort of pulse like a heartbeat. And there was something else in there. This drug has trace elements of powdered viridian in it.
I think he heads back over and he sort of stops at the door. He takes off his stinging glasses and then he looks back at the powder. Um, I think there is a light that, not unlike the light we saw 2 episodes ago with at the
Mm-hmm.
top of um, Val's surgical room. I think he may have one like a little flashlight that sort
Mm-hmm.
of probably comes with the med kit for the
Mm-hmm.
obvious reasons of seeing scars. I think he's going to take that blue flashlight out and sort of like a black light or whatever, sort of I think turn the lights off in the room, and then he's going to make his way over
Mm-hmm.
to the desk, grab that light, and click it
Mm-hmm.
on to sort of look at um, the powder. And then I would assume he sees like these glinting sparkles, much like the glasses, these
Mm-hmm.
glinting sparkles of green across the powder.
Yes. You
Okay.
couldn't see them before, and I need you to make a psionic strength roll,
Okay.
is what I need. If you could.
I could, and I will.
Please do.
6.
That's 6. So here's the thing about that.
And I have no more luck. Yeah.
You don't. There's something about it, and you can't put your finger on it. You might need more time or something. But yes, it is Viridian. But you get a sense in the back of your head or the front of your head, it's unclear, that there's something familiar about it.
Back of my head, front
That's
of
a
my
weird
mind.
way to say it. If you like, you can make an ancestral memories roll.
Yes, I do, because that is a skill
Yeah.
no one else has, and it's sweet.
Yeah.
And I'm going to want to
And
use it
this
whenever
would
I can.
be, you
Like
have
an
a
intellect.
choice. You have a choice, intellect or social standing, and they will be different. They will be different.
I think I've already submitted for intellect. I'm going to do social because it's way cooler. Ancestral memory social about drugs. Sounds
Mhm.
awesome. That's an 8.
Mm-hmm.
Not amazing.
If you'd done it with intellect, that would have been different, but you did it this way. And as
I
you're
did.
looking, You did. As you're looking, it's not you using your logic to think about this connection. It's you.
Yeah. I was sort of going
You're a
through the
social.
motions. There was like no real, yeah,
No. See, there's
no
more
real
than one
thought
way
that
to
led me to
try
this
to
deduction.
access memories.
Yeah.
One is in a way that's about, let me sort of sift through thoughts. Let me try to analyze this. But then there's the other way. And in a flash, you go the other way. And in the other way, you lose yourself a little bit. You start remembering eyes, and you are in eyes. You're seeing through the body that you have, that it was not always yours, that you have stolen. And you are embodied, and you are seeing yourself. And you are grinding. You have in your hands, you have a Viridian brooch. It's much like the one that Terrica has, with a fairly decent sized piece of Viridian. And you are pulling it out of its housing, and you're beginning to grind it into a fine powder, but not all of it. You've separated some, and those bits will be ground into lenses, but the rest you're turning into a powder, and you're hearing screaming. Not yours. Do you look to where the screaming's coming from?
Yes.
You're in a lab. And on one side of the lab, there's a row of clone bodies of you. And in the center, there is a body that looks like you, but much, much older, that's in this chair, sort of strapped in. And next to it, attached to it, is this 3-foot tall piece of Viridian. And on the far side, there are people in cages, and they are screaming. And they are chained into these cages, and they're bleeding. And you laugh at them. I don't know if it's you who did it, but somebody did. The body that you're in laughs as you grind with a mortar and pestle this Viridian into a powder. And as you hear the screams from the people, and you can see blood sort of being sort of drawn through tubes, falling upon this large piece of Viridian that you are not grinding up. You're grinding up the one that is stolen from your wife. You know that you took it from your wife, Marymore, the one who is after you now. And you realize that the Viridian itself is also screaming. It sounds like Sue or Val. And you realize that you don't care because it's not your Viridian that's screaming, nor is it your Viridian that you're grinding up into a paste. It doesn't belong to you. It's not yours. So who cares how much it suffers? And these are feelings that you're feeling in your body. They may not be your feelings, but you're feeling them. And you know at this moment something terrible. The Viridian that you're working with is a small piece of something larger. But whatever is done to the small piece, the larger piece also feels. And that larger piece is a being. It's something that you know in your heart in this moment is just as much a being as you are, or an Aslan, or a Vargr. That there is a being, and that people are cutting off pieces of it and stabbing it, and you are cutting off pieces of something much larger and alive, and you are grinding it into pieces, and you are laughing. Because it will give you power. And this powder you have in your hand right now is from the same person that your glasses comes from. The same alive, sentient, sapient being that your glasses was cut, that the cut that your glasses came from was from. And that all these little pieces of Viridian are hunks of flesh from something larger, ripped out, but still connected, alive, feeling, seeing, sensing. Powerful. Just stabbing it over and over again to get its power. And you can feel this body that you're in, that you were in, overjoyed at knowing that you could just cut out a piece of this being and torture it. And all of the torture would feed into this being, and then you could just take it out later and become more powerful than you can imagine. And that each of these beings has a name, a life, a memory, and they always remember where their pieces are, which means that the glasses you're wearing are recognizing other pieces of its body inside this powder in front of you. And somewhere in the universe, in charted space, is the whole body, still suffering as its little pieces spread across charted space are ground up, stabbed. But it has no mouth, so it cannot speak. That is what you know. And you rolled well enough. I think it's an 8 ties, which means it's a little complication. It's a tie, not a beat. And that complication is this. As you are there feeling it, right? Inhabiting, riding this body that is now yours, the old desiccated man body turns, opens its eyes, and looks at you. Opens its mouth and says, "There you are." And that's when you return back to the place you're at.
All right. I dropped probably the needle that was holding the powder, or maybe I come back to it, and the powder that's on the table is probably smeared or struck. You know, when like a master chef would smear a spoon across the sauce of a plate to make it look nice. I think that sort of happens here too, but of course the residual dust of this green-like powder is sort of struck and smeared across the the surface of this desk like a comet, as it sort of is flashing toward the right side as I make my way up toward my feet and sort of stumble over toward the door, and I open it up. I think I leave my glasses on the desk next to the powder as I make my way over across the hall, or I try to, across the hall to Val's quarters.
And as you leave, you can't see it because you're not there, but small pieces of that powder, little granules, try to reach out to the glasses to come home. But both little pieces are just little pieces, and they can't. It's a small, slight breeze of wanting to reconnect with the parts of itself ripped out, but it can't. Quint.
Yes.
What do you to do today? It's such a lovely day.
Oh,
You've tucked
it's
in.
a lovely day. Yeah. So Quint's gonna start off with a little light shopping, because no one else is leaving the ship or doesn't seem to want to leave the ship. That's weird. But regardless,
Harlocks
yeah,
left
a
the
little
ship.
light shopping. Yeah. Okay. Well, because the Harlock's cool. You mean Quint has left the ship?
Yes, Quint. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Creepy shopping
And-
music is still playing.
Creepy shopping.
It's fine. Creepy shopping music is fine.
Let
so
me
Quint
turn
is
off the
going to
super
go-
creepy shopping music. Go ahead, there you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, could do a little shopping just to pick up a few things and then, do some other stuff. So the things that Quint wants to buy some books. Quint's an avid reader. Started a book club with their
Yes.
previous coworker, mostly to keep them quiet because they talked way too much. But sometimes you just gotta make do.
Wanted to ask you
so
questions.
just talk constantly, man. We never shut up. But yeah, so Quint is going to go look for a couple books, files, whatever, however they come. If they're physical paper books, that's cool. That's fun. But if not, digital is fine too. And Quint is going to look for like books about the history of the Sandalian Empire, because we got that banquet tomorrow. It could be important to know. Also, I learned some things. And also, while looking at the history of the Sandalian Empire, it could be cool to, I don't know, look into some of those crests that I saw down in the Dragon's Dome, especially the ones that Terrica seemed to get distracted by. I want to look into those two specifically. Yeah.
You'd have to make your way down to Dragon's Dome for some of that, though.
Oh, really? They don't have it up top?
Not the good stuff.
Not the good stuff. Well, I don't know if I want to go all the way down to Dragon's Dome today.
I mean, down in Dragon's Dome, you could find all sorts of things, probably.
That's like a half-day affair, though, right?
Yeah. And, also, it probably would be an old Sandalian, which you don't know.
Oh, but it's okay, because I messaged you and I bought a translator
did you?
program for my computer.
I'm sorry.
I did.
Did you buy a translation program for your computer so now actually you could translate all conversations that have been happening in Old Sandalian?
This is correct, yes, I did. That is something I did do.
Interesting.
I messaged you about
Interesting.
it. Yep.
Right, you did message me about it. I just wanted to say it out loud.
Yeah. People.
Yeah.
The audience should know.
For the audience, right? So any previous conversations that you had that you might have secretly recorded down in Dragon's Dome the day before, right? You now know what those conversations were about.
I do.
Interesting. That's cool. It's just curious. Yeah. Just go down to Dragon's Dome if you wanted to pick up some of those books.
Tensions seem to be a little high. On the ship. Oh, so as much but I want to corner Val into giving me a check up in my arms. This is the player Lindy and the character Quint have a little really want to get that one looked up. You know, he might
Mhm.
need some things from the Dragon's Dome, and he's not going himself. So maybe I should go check in with Val first. I can get that stuff later.
Yeah.
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 Mhm.
Can I get a roll from you?
Me? I would love to. What would you
Yes.
like me to roll?
Intellect, because this is a spotting sort of situation. And this is sort of in the moment, so I would say recon.
Okay, so intellect check of all trades. Wonderful, wonderful. And what is this for?
Because you went out and then you decided to come back in, so it's while you're out.
Oh.
You just notice anything interesting.
Sure. 10.
Ooh.
Shockingly well.
Yes. You go in, right? Checking things, you know, and you're
do.
like, nah, I'm gonna go see Val. While you're there,
Yeah, I'm like, I can't
you
find
do-
this up here. Let me check out Val. Yeah.
you do notice.
Mhm.
Oh, I should make a quick roll because I want to give you the right number.
Please do.
I will. Oop, wrong die. Sorry. This one. There we go. No, I don't want 2d6. I just want 1. Boom. All right. You notice that 2 new ships have arrived on the
Oh, cool.
since before. There is one of them is like kind of like a smaller sort of far trader. Then one is a sort of like a larger subsidized subsidized merchant ship. It's like a good 400 D-tons. And you can see that they're loading up, it looks like, a lot of fairly expensive cargo into their ship. And that's like, it's like a nice 10. The ship itself does not have any visible weaponry. It's also not armored, but it's a pretty big ship. A ship like that's going to have like a fairly large hold. And there's like, you notice because the captain's quite loud and is joking around with people, there's like a lot of, seems like a lot of drinking perhaps, and like a pretty big set of cargo sort of moving into this hold is just what you happen to notice.
Is there a name for that ship?
You'd have to be able to ping it. If you ping it,
I wasn't sure if they had it
abs-
painted on the side or anything. 'Cause sometimes, I imagine some ships still do that.
Some ships do. Many of them actually do. Interestingly enough, this ship doesn't have a name painted on it, which many of them do. Like many of them have like distinct, fun
Yeah.
sorts of like names or imagery about them. But this one doesn't, which might be weird. Usually, now your ship. Well, we'd have to actually ask. We'd have to ask Terrica whether or not the gambler has the name painted on the side.
No, definitely not.
Definitely not. Your ship also does not have a name on the side. That would probably ruin the aesthetic. But this one is a subsidized merchant liner, and subsidized merchant ships are usually they're pretty big with big holds, which means they're usually owned by corporations, which means there would usually be some kind of corporate logo on it.
Corporate
But there
insignia?
isn't. Yeah, some kind of corporate insignia, but there isn't, which says to you this is probably a privately owned subsidized merchant, so they're probably quite successful, successful enough to get a pretty expensive ship. Probably independent. The people that you're seeing are humans rather than
Wow, you
Aslan
completely
or
froze for me a second.
what? Oh, I was here. Oh,
Yeah, like
you
I
here?
You were
just
here?
completely.
You were here
I
for
saw
me.
nothing, so I don't know if it.
Oh.
Okay, could you please tell me
Okay.
if it just has an insignia of a corporation or not?
no, it does
Okay.
not. Which the most reasonable explanation for that would be that somebody bought out the ship itself. These are very expensive ships with big holds. So you're thinking that this is if there's no corporate insignation, then it must be a private ship. Somebody who was successful enough to be able to buy something of this size. But they
Okay.
are humans rather than Vargar or Terran or Aslan. You do notice that there's
Cool.
there's some crew, or there's a couple of Vargar crew. So it's like a bit of a mix, but mostly humans.
Okay. Cool.
hmm
That's great. Good for them.
And there's like bragging about like good hauls and all of that. Like, oh, they've got like such great deals and good stuff. And there's like seems like they're sort of
Maybe they're pirates.
sort of like very proud of themselves for like doing some really good trade and getting some really good stuff. And
Good for them. I'll leave them to it.
seems like there's a bet involved.
Oh, that sounds like something that the captain of this ship might or might not get involved in. But as an acting captain on this ship, I'm not going to get involved. So I'm just going to make note of it. Make note of what's there, what's not there, and head back in.
Like, and we're talking like multiple D-tons of cargo being brought on board that ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
They're either pirates or
You-
pirate bait.
Yeah, they seem loud. But you note the ship. You note it's the only one of its size around. A lot of the other ones are kind of like smaller free traders.
Smaller.
Yeah, and this one's like good size. But when you come back onto the ship, you certainly can go see Val. But let me ask
Yeah.
Val a question.
I would have given them a little time. Finish my coffee, talking Terrica, get that all taken care of. It's probably been like 45 minutes since the incident, we'll call it.
Yeah.
This morning?
Val. Oh, yes.
Yes.
You know, you're in your room and they've all left. You have successfully turned off Sue. You have a bunch of data that you can look at because you did monitor yourself and also Terrica all through the night to see how things were going. Do you want to check that out? Now, later? How are you doing?
He'll definitely check out the Terrica data, but he is not checking out any of his.
Is it because time
'Cause he's
purposes, I
fine.
imagine, yeah. Yeah.
Well, sure.
Could you
Plus, he
roll
knows
for
he's
me
fine.
some? Yeah. Oh, that's fine. Can I get some? Can I get a medic roll from you, if you please?
Sure thing.
And this
Any
will be
bonuses? 'Cause I have-
education-based.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yes. This will be education based, and you want to know bonuses for?
Whoops.
By the way, you've turned off Sue, so you do not get your Sue bonus.
I'd get my computer one though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Computer
Also, you will
sans
get,
Sue. The one.
Yes. But you will get you get to roll with a boon because you have done so much blood work and work with Terrica with them already, so that you have a lot of base information to work with. So you may roll with a boon.
Very, very good. And it's education and not intellect?
Yeah, this is education because this is very routine stuff. Very nice.
Let's see what I got. 12.
That's a 12. So this was monitoring, right? So this is very routine. So this is why you're using education for it. This is all about like things that you've learned before. So one, a lot of stress. Looking at it, it looks to you as if they did not sleep most of the night at all. Little small micro naps here and there. Then there is this moment where there is clearly something happening. Something wrong happens. There is elevated heart rate, really kind of signs of a lot of distress that happens at some point in time, but you do not get the sense that they were asleep. So, because again, you did not get a lot of signals of them being asleep at all. But something happened in the middle of the night that lasted maybe half hour, an hour, something like a very fight or flight, very danger sort of sense was going on. And from then on, there was elevated levels of stress, not to the same extent, but there is something happened, something that really upset Terrica in terms of their vitals and their stats. And you don't know what it was, but you might be able to find out if you checked. Well, you could ask Sue, but Sue was in diagnostics at the time, so that wouldn't work out. Maybe ship's computer, but yeah. But something happened. Something happened last night.
Okay. He makes a note of the time and, tries to kind of cross-reference things if he can, environmental for the ship, to see if there was anything that might have like woken them up or, trying to kind of put things together that would be both like a psychological effect, obviously, but also like a physiological effect. If there was something like, did the heat in the room go up? Did something trigger this? Was there, any foreign, he's basically checking all the boxes, from everything from like atmospheric inside the ship to just anything he can kind of cross out.
It's weird when you're looking at that sort of way of looking at it. There's nothing there. You can't. There was nobody came in, nobody came out. There's no strangenesses with temperature. You don't know why, but something happened to upset them for a prolonged period of time.
Then what he'll do is, as he checks all these things off, like once he's cleared like all of the potential outside influences or outside forces that could have changed anything on them, then he would go and say, just to kind of like alleviate in his own mind, because again, just to kind of let the audience know, Val doesn't remember any dreams, and he doesn't remember, because of past trauma, these kind of exchanges that he might have with Sue. So any outburst that he had earlier today, he has no memory of. And so he's desperately trying to connect dots here. And he would then finally just say, you know what? And he's going to go through, and with the timestamps that he has of when Terrica, when their heart rate and everything kind of elevated, he's going to like kind of juxtapose and put those against the diagnostic time frame of Sue. He wants to see if there was any type of like strange goings on with Sue. Just again, Terrica said Sue, and this is Val's way of just kind of crossing that out.
Yeah. So that's such an interesting question. That's a weird one. I remember something a while ago, and I just want to confirm that this is still the case, that you made sure that the ship's computer was not monitoring anything happening inside of your room. Is that correct? So
100%.
You can do the 100%. Yeah. So there's no like video footage of whatever happened in the room, because whatever happens in that room is just not recorded by the ship's computer. So it's just the kind of things that you have. So you cannot double check with the ship's computer, but you can certainly double check with Sue. And you go through the diagnostics. And here's the thing that's interesting. During the time period where Terrica, where they're having some kind of large distress, there's no difference or pings. Nothing strange is happening with Sue at all. But there is a moment earlier when Sue seems to evidence strange activity. Not then, but earlier in the evening. And it was shortly after you put Sue into the level 5 diagnostics, when you were alone in your quarters, really alone, without Sue there. for the first time in a very long time. And that is the moment when you can see evidence of a lot of, I suppose the best way to put it would be distress coming from the Sue program.
But it's in a
But not-
completely different time. Like it doesn't
Yes.
cross with anything of like Terrica's distress or any of their like
Nope.
biological triggers. And
Nope.
he would note that, but again, is it so off the wall as far as, you know, anomaly wise that, and this was what, right before the diagnostic or when the diagnostic started, or what's the time frame of this?
How much do you remember about what happened with you right after the after you put Sue in the diagnostics?
Probably not much.
Well,
Certainly nothing confrontational.
no, and you certainly don't remember harming yourself, I would imagine. Or do you?
The time frame that you're okay, this is not me being coy, this is me being precise as far as what I need to know here. So the time frame that this, okay, Sue was in diagnostic mode when this craziness happened, this spike and anomaly happened. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
But Val was alone.
Without
Okay.
Sue.
I mean, I know what time it was. I'm just trying to. Okay, so yeah, he wouldn't recall anything from that moment other than, you know, just getting ready to go to bed and knowing that, you know, concern for Terrica. But my point with all this is
Terrica had not yet arrived yet.
Right. Sometimes if Val is presented with a moment that he should remember, but there is an absence of memory, that draws concern from him. But I don't believe this moment would, because it's too mundane, at least as far as he's thinking in his mind. It's, you know, he's preparing for bed. Oh, okay. This must have been something.
Absolutely.
Hopefully the diagnostic took care of this thing that was in there. It was fortunate that, you know, he ran this and right. Yeah. And so there obviously was something wrong as far as just at the base computational level of Sue, you know, nothing that would speak to the nefarious kind of being that Terrica claims that Sue is. Again, this is Val moving past this kind of bit of data. You know, in true fashion, in true self-preservation fashion, there's always an answer for certain things like this. And so he would just, you know, he would look at this and be like, well, I'll be damned. There was something wrong. You know, and then he would kind of maybe take this time to delve more into Sue. Had Sue been having problems? Had they been making mistakes? Had they been, and of course he's not going to come up with any, but at the same time, he'll probably just think, you know what, I need to monitor for this particular set of levels for Sue. And if I see something like that again, you know, to make note of that and to, you know, figure out what to do, you know, beyond maybe bring in some tech help.
Yeah. So but looking at it, clearly Sue has no evidence of anything strange going on while Terrica was there at all. And certainly not around that moment when Terrica was in great distress.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, his concern and his focus is on Terrica. I mean, Sue's just a computer program, so but it's very important. Sue's very important to Val, but at the same time, computer program, Terrica. Terrica is the focus, especially for this moment.
Absolutely.
But again, the whole kind of the cross as he's looking for things, it just kind of pinged in his head that Terrica kept talking about Sue, and he decided to cross both of her reading or their readings and his Sue's readings as they just match it up and see if there was any type of overlap. But if it's not overlap specifically, he'll mark both of the problems, but focus on Terrica.
The only thing that might be weird is that, and I feel like maybe you have just forgotten this or never knew it. I mean, you did know it at one point in time, but maybe you don't remember that you knew it. But Sue's computing power has exponentially increased. That might be part of the problem that Sue is basically needs more RAM, right? That Sue is becoming a more complex computer program and can do more things, and you needs a bit more RAM. Really. Right. That might be part of the
Trooper.
You know when you your computer, you have too many tabs up, and then your computer gets slow and sad because you have too many tabs up, for example.
Right, right. I'm so glad you said that, Trooper. This is how Val rationalizes it in his mind. Like he starts to think this might be a problem. What should I look at? And then it clicks. We've been jumping back and forth between the suit and this is what's, the suit has more processing power, or will potentially have more processing power. Yes. And so we're going from two different environments. Okay, need to be more careful. And so he just pushes that away. That is a tech issue that was brought about by what he was doing. I'm sure he's probably experienced similar things with this integration before. So he just, okay, that's what that is. Back to Terrica.
Yeah. Just, it's just that thing when your hard drive is just almost too full and then it just slows down. It's that's probably what that is.
Right.
Oh, there's a knock on your door.
He would walk over and open it. Do we have doors or pull open doors? We have
yes, we do.
Yeah.
You know what though? Can I make an executive choice right now? Because this is such an old and amazing sort of ship, like with this exceedingly sort of Art Deco sort of vibe, I think it's irises.
Yeah,
I think the doors are these like
yes.
Yeah, right? Like really brass sort of colored irises that are
and
very
asymmetrical because it's Art Nouveau.
Yes.
Very like
yes.
Very like Metropolis, like 1920s Metropolis, like
Yes. It has like all sorts of like design carved into like the edges of it that like slide into each other.
Well, in that case, when the door opens, right where the bullseye would be, as it opens up, there's a puff of smoke and a cowboy hat clad Val sitting there. Can I help you?
I was hoping you could, if you are not terribly too terribly busy. If you could look at the arm today.
Why not?
Wonderful.
And he just turns around.
I will walk in.
Would you describe what your room looks like?
It's probably messier than it has ever been, but by the definition of like the universal definition of messy, it's not. By the Val definition of messy, it is. So that means there's like a data pad that's like crooked a bit on the bed, and there is like a cast, like there's like a hoodie like somewhere that hasn't been folded and put away. Right. And you would actually see Val cringe when he realizes that that's still out. Like, oh shit. And you pick it up and fold it like a Gap employee. Right.
Yeah. Thank you for that beautiful mental image, Greg. Just fold it up like a Gap employee.
Right. Flips the arms in, does the flip.
Yeah.
Beautiful. 6 months Gap. I didn't even need the little dish that you put in it.
Oh my gosh.
It was during Christmas time too, so.
Next, Quint would come in and just let the doctor do his thing. And yes, I've been noticing. Yes, Trevor.
No, I was just like, is this thing murder? But go on.
Oh.
Go on.
It could be. I've been noticing that I believe there is some post-market tampering, let's say, with this.
Post-market tampering? You mean someone's hacked your arm?
At some point, someone made a modification to this. Yes. I'm going to guess
Did you
not
ask
long
them
after
to make?
install. It most certainly did not.
Then how did they do it? Did you lose possession of the arm?
I'm going to guess it was added in while it was being installed or during a checkup. Without consent, you could say.
What are the problems that you're having with it? Is it motor function? Is it comfort?
It's a type of motor function. Yes, it is not. I get the feeling, with what little computer knowledge I do have, that it is being its dexterity, its smoothness, gracefulness, I guess you could say, is being intentionally dampened, hindered. I try to do something with it. I know it has the capability of doing this thing, and it seizes up. It will not do the thing.
He would reach behind him and get the equivalent of like a stress ball, but this isn't a stress ball. It gauges hand strength. It's just a doc. He would flip the ball to your organic arm. Show me what you want to do with that arm, but do it with your natural born arm.
And I think this brings Lindy so much joy. You know that thing in Labyrinth with the balls when he just does like the moving on the hand? Yeah.
Don't you David Bowie me?
Yeah, I'm going to David Bowie you, Greg. And because that's a perfect example of
I
like
can't concentrate now.
I know. It's the perfect example of like a small round object and gracefulness. Because juggling would be more reaction. So yeah, it's going to like do it, and then you can see that there is stuttering with this arm. It doesn't work.
Okay. And by the way, time out real quick. Audience, just so you know, chat, just so you know, when Lindy and I want to like peek one another and get each other, like we always throw David Bowie into, as a face claim for either a villain. Yeah.
Yes.
Or Cord. We throw Cord into.
Yes.
I'm her.
And
I'm her.
can I get I need to get a
Yes.
roll from Val, actually.
What kind?
Yeah, you would see
Well,
that the arm
this
has
will be
looks like it
yeah.
should have the capability, but it's purposely stuttering. It's not. There's an interference
Like-
module or something.
Let me ask a question real quick, Lindy. Is it you can perform the task, it's just like not nearly as fluid as the organics, or you can't perform the task at all? Like, is it you start to do it and you just kind of freeze and lock? Like, is it just clumsy and you can
That's
do
a
it?
good question. I imagine it's more clumsy, but that's up to true. I imagine if it seizes up enough, it just won't do it. If I try real hard.
So, let me put it this way. What moves are you doing exactly, Quint? This will be important.
Mm-hmm. Quint is going to start off with just the ball, which is not Quint's usual routine. But then is going to do the moves that would imitate silks more. So like the more round kind of woo.
Hawk with the chat of the day. She's having pop and lock
Pop
issues.
and lock issues.
Lock
yeah.
issues, yeah. Do you also test strength as well, just raw strength?
If
Hawkeye's been
Val
on
wants
fire
me
tonight,
to.
by the way.
Val wouldn't ask for it simply because that wasn't the issue that you said. It was more dexterity based. So that's why he wanted to know.
Because
If
I
it was
didn't notice
strength,
any
then we go on.
strength issues with it, did I? When I was performing?
No.
No.
Val, they can do everything. There is no practical, functional problem with the arm. And
Oh,
in
I
most
see them
cases-
doing.
In most cases, you would not notice anything was weird at all. Any kind of regular, normal activity, nothing. It's fine. You can't tell anything at all.
Sweeping something off the table. But when it comes to very specific moves, yes.
Oh, so this is you can't do what you love anymore modification.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay, so is it it's safe to assume
technically
that
they can
Val can
still
make that
do
jump
it.
pretty quick?
Oh, yes. And technically, you can still do it, right? Can be done, except that to be
not right.
really good at the highest level, you need to have a smoothness beyond compare. And this just has like little grains of sand in the gears. It just messes up the smoothness enough.
Yeah, it's
that
like when
you-
Simone Biles got
Yeah.
the twisties at the Olympics and
Mhm.
couldn't perform. It was just that slightest thing, and she was like, I'm gonna go out
Yep.
there and kill myself if I do." And then 2 weeks later, perfectly fine. Okay,
Yeah.
Yep.
not perfectly fine. I mean, she
Yep.
was upset
Mhm.
about it.
Yep.
But, okay,
That's exactly what it's like. You can do the job. You could go and kill people. Absolutely no problem with that one. Just can't really do art in the best way anymore.
murder but no joy. That's an issue
Yeah.
Val never has.
Like Simone Biles.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, she can murder but can't do the art.
For 2 weeks,
Murder,
she
but
couldn't
no
murder,
joy.
and then
Yeah, exactly. But she could do the art.
Really
She
mad.
could still, she could still
Just
hit
a murder. No.
I read the
200 yards
Time
away.
article about that. Terrible.
you. Yeah,
Right.
it's terrible. Could you believe it?
And I will say,
Yeah.
Val, it's pretty subtle, right?
Mhm.
It's
Okay.
pretty subtle.
The
It's
expression
done-
on Quint's face says it's not subtle to them.
Right. But I mean, yeah, just so I'm not making a leap here, Trooper, that after like a few moments of observation, he would realize that this is something that is preventing like the highest levels of movement. And it's designed to do that. It's designed to just be
Yes, it
like,
is.
you know,
The tech level of this arm should be able to do that. Is another thing too.
Yes. Yeah. The arm
it's
not a
the
base-
Immortan
should have no problem.
Yeah, it's not
Somebody
a
put
base
a limiter in
function.
there.
It's someone added it.
mediocre. Okay. He will oh yeah, let's do this. So as he's sitting there, like looking it over and smoking, as
Oh,
any
and by the way, you rolled a 12. You rolled a 12. This is deliberate. This is not a malfunction. This is not a degradation of the quality. This is deliberately, intentionally done on purpose.
he'd be really close. He'd be like right at like your shoulder.
I'm
And
fine with that. Does not bother
he'd
Quint
be-
whatsoever.
right. But I'm just saying the proximity when,
Yeah.
like the top of his hat would probably brush up against your chin as he would look up. Someone fucked with this.
That is the impression I was getting. Yes. Can you
Unfuck it? Yeah. I can, but I'm gonna need a little help. And of course, not remembering shit that happened, he would reach down and activate Sue.
Uh-huh.
Oh God.
I love this so much.
Apparating, the hologram of Sue sort of like shows up. And
Howdy, Sue.
I
We've
need
got a
I need 2 rolls. I need both of you to roll something for me.
Oh no.
I need
Okay.
you. Yes, I need you both to roll psionic strength
Oh god.
and I believe let's go with I believe I want persuasion. Persuade.
Oh
Psionic strength
well.
and persuasion.
Shit.
normal
Alright, hold
rolls,
on.
no bonuses.
That is correct.
I can't use psionic strength, but my education's close.
Yeah.
So I'll just roll education, psionic strength. 'cause
Sure.
They're both.
And I'll make sure I can
-1.
fix that.
Okay. I don't think you're.
Oh, I'm sorry, what-
supposed to make those rolls.
You want us to roll psionic strength and would you say
Persuade.
persuasion?
Yeah, persuade.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
And I'll make sure that's
Doo-doo.
we'll go in there and see what's going on with the sheet.
I almost
a
crit.
10.
One away from a crit.
Mhm.
That's pretty good.
Mhm.
Considering my psionic strength's a -1, that's real good.
Hold on, I'm double checking something, make sure I got this right. Okay. I'm using intellect because it's the same as mine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
Ooh, perfect.
we tied.
Awesome.
I love
Great.
that for us, Greg.
Sue
I
apparates.
do too. Hey, Sue,
Hello. I will note
we're working
something
on
as Sue apparates. Sue looks a little strange. Sue looks a little strange.
Sue, you all right?
There's a bit of a flickering with Sue. Sue looks. Sometimes you look at Sue and Sue looks like Ruby. Ruby in his prime. Sometimes you look at Sue and Sue looks kind of like Rudolph Valentino in his prime. There's like a bit of like a flicker between what Sue looks like in this moment. Just like a little bit of like Sue gets younger, a little bit taller, slimmer, and then like there's like a little bit of like a wavering in Sue's form. And Sue goes, "Hello, how can I help?"
Hey, Sue, we've got an interesting problem. Not biological. This arm, somebody's been messing with it. You think you can jump in there and point me in the right direction?
I certainly can. Give me one moment. Well, now, Quint, may I have permission to...
Certainly.
And then you can see Sue just sort of like slide into your arm.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. It's gonna be great.
Well, as Sue slides into her ARMs, he's going to start looking at like the housing around the shoulder where, just to make sure that there's no kind of like, if there was deliberate sabotage, then the chances are that someone might have done something to like kind of like a fail safe, a kill switch, something like that. So while Sue's diagnosing the problem internally, he's going to make sure there's no linkage to, you know, the biological. If someone's really going out of their way, they could have something that could inject or, you know, just making sure that everything's safe because he's a doctor.
Yeah, that's weird that you said that.
I've really not had anyone look at it since the initial install. And then check up afterwards.
How long's that been?
3 years? 4 years? 4 years.
This is every 2 months. Recommended.
Well, you can thank the Empire for that. And she looks really disgusted when she says, "Ugh." I guess they thought I'd be fine since I was just a scout.
Well, let's get you...
And then, like, pushes it down. Like, that's not the problem right now, and just sets that aside.
He would start, like, again, I do want to check and just make sure that there's not any type of kill switch, like I said.
Quint's put on, like,
Yeah,
a
nice.
shirt that's got, like, that arm exposed so that you can have easy access to everything there. Like a one-shoulder top type thing.
So, Val... remember when I described the like little filaments going into the housing of your computer?
Sure.
When you're checking like the joining, and it's not visible, but when you're poking, you know, you've seen this kind of work before. You feel as if there are a couple of sort of linkages. You're like, that one does that. I know what that one is. Like, you know what the links are, right? You did a good education-based medic roll. And you know how it's supposed to be, because that's what education will give you. There are a couple of extra, it seems like a couple of extra linkages going into the body. You might want an X-ray.
You mind if I give you an X-ray?
Slightly deeper scan.
Whatever needs to be done, sure, of course.
He would, again, this is
whatever test you want to run. Quint is being a very good patient you're trying to be.
Kind of breaking back down into their professional role, knowing that Sue can hear no matter where Sue is, as Sue's activated. He would just say, "Hey, Sue, prep yourself. I'm going to be hitting the shoulder joint with some X-rays."
I got it. Where's that Terran of yours that you have stolen, Quint?
Oh, well, currently it's with a jeweler, I believe, down in Dragonstone.
Excellent. That's probably very convenient for you. Go on.
Oh, no? If not, it would be right over their heart, tucked in.
But it's not there right now, so we're all safe.
But it's not there right now. It's so we're all safe. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Yep, Go ahead, X-ray away.
And again, this is space, and we can do space shit if we want to. So
Yeah, there's some things I would have done if
Absolutely.
I'd had the Viridian on me. So yeah, I've not done those things.
Okay.
So sad day.
What he'll do is it's basically like you know that shit you use to clean out your computers or your car, that jelly that you pull out and it pulls the dust out of your vents and stuff.
Oh,
He
yeah.
pulls out that.
Yep, just get in the arm. Yep.
He pulls that out and he cleans the area, and then he pulls out what's more like a clay, and he takes the clay and he just kind of almost paints it around the area that he wants to x-ray. It's all done in about 30 seconds from what he has. But as soon as he does so, he switches on the light overhead that is not the purple where's my wounds light. This is a specific lens that will x-ray anything that's covered in the clay. And so as he turns it on, he gets the x-rays going. But when he does it, it almost photo negatives the room for one like a true x-ray, you know? So darks become light, lights become dark. And in that moment, when all the shadows invert, he says from underneath his hat as he's monitoring everything, he'll say, "How's Terrica?"
I believe they are sleeping in their quarters.
Yeah, that's not what I meant.
Oh, they seem very stressed out recently. In distress, possibly.
What do you think is the cause of that?
Just thanks for just back to the oh gosh, passed out, standing up, had to carry them to bed. Brief moment, and then I think there is more than one cause. They seem to be quite upset about Sue, from what they've told me, which hasn't been much, frankly.
Do you share her concern, or do you share their concerns about Sue?
No, I don't think so. You had asked this question 2 weeks ago. Yes, very much so.
But now,
Goodbye,
much
worries.
less so.
Hello, Viridian. Yes. No, not really.
Again, everything's inverted, you know, as the x-rays continue to work, and he'll make motions around, you know, maybe add a little bit of clay and, you know, kind of widening the area. Nothing that would, you know, it's working basically in this whole area here just to make sure there isn't anything that's leading into like heart or brain or something like that.
Probably do a full
awesome.
body lookup, actually, now that I'm thinking of it. If you are all right with it. Again, I haven't been to a checkup in 4 years, and more than basic Imperial Scouts stuff. But if they did that while I was under, who knows what else they did.
He would reach back and grab a injector right beside the one that he used on Severence. And he would pull it over and for the first time kind of reveal his eyes to Quint. You mind if I inject? All the rest of the crew have one of these. If I inject you with this, it'll give me readouts of your vitals. It just makes my job a little bit easier. Do you mind?
That's fine.
Neck, please.
Move the hair out of the way. A lot of hair.
He would move the injector right to the position in the neck that he needs. And for a moment, his eyes would lock on the pulse of the jugular, just for a second, just for a beat or two, maybe three. And then, and you'd feel something. It almost would almost feel like somebody, or sound like somebody shooting a spitball. You'd hear, and then the,
Quint would not move through this. Would hold very still. Perfectly still.
There's some, Val, you know how when you install a really good cybernetic arm, like a really good one, you need to sort of merge the circuitry into the nervous system, right? And you need to graft on to so that you can, the continuation of muscles and nerves. It's delicate work. But when you do it well, then that arm is going to be perfect. And you can usually see, right, sort of roots in. So that's cool. Not quite certain why there is an electronic, it looks like, line that goes into their heart. That's weird. That doesn't tend to be what happens with arms.
He would
And
actually
you
show
hear,
Quint. He would pop
pardon
up
me,
the hollow on his arm.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to
there's
look at this while Sue's saying something.
you know, I can't normally just get anywhere. Technologically, I need to have a receiver in order to jump into a place. And there is a receiver in this arm, I'm afraid to say. This arm can receive, it looks like, some sort of special frequency. I'd say like a hello. Looks like
Is the
if I
frequency
follow this down. Wait a minute. It's one that was used by the great Soleimani. It's normally when I was a young man, I think very young, I served a little bit in the Soleimani military. I think I did. Well, it's a small frequency used by Soleimani forces. That would looks like this would send a large charge right up over to the heart.
Sue, if we make any changes, is this going off?
I'm afraid so. We'd have to shield this thing.
Sue, I want you working on one thing right now. I want you to mimic that signal. If we can keep the frequency up and there's no interruption, we shouldn't have a problem while we get a workaround on this.
I got you. All right. Now, and you're just hearing Sue's voice coming from, I don't know, inside your body or inside your arm?
I like to think that
in some way.
I like to think that the arm is going like this as he's talking.
Yeah. Well, now you don't worry, Quint.
That's so stupid.
We're gonna take good care of you. Dr. Valentine Morrissey is one of the best doctors in the Reaches. He will not let any harm come to. Well, there are a couple people who are third and fourth best. I mean, you beat them, of course. And neither one of us will let any harm come to you.
Appreciate it. I better late than never, knowing about just gestures to the hollow with their meat arm. That I don't wager that's a standard install.
It is not. Trooper, let me ask you a question.
Absolutely.
I don't think anybody would think about this. So I'm wondering if this is a workaround for at least the, hey, you're dead. Arm go bang, you're dead. Could Val go in through the chest and reverse the lead back to the arm?
You would need a medical
A surgical
for
suite.
that.
Yeah.
You would need a surgical suite. But if you had one, you have quite a bit of confidence. You bet you could. It would be difficult, but you bet you could. And it looks to you like what you've got here is that seems to you like this kill switch was probably the original intent, and somebody added a let's mess with this person a little bit extra and tied it in.
Can I get rid of the let's mess with this person without the explosion going off? Are they linked together? Okay.
Also, fun fact: the right arm nerves are actually they go up into the neck because it's how we're formed. And I don't know how I know this. I think it's some sort of ear, nose, and throat thing I did. But you could probably go through the neck if you wanted to trace it down too, if you can follow the nerves.
Well, where's the fun in going in through the chest?
That's fair. Yeah, you're right.
That seems more dangerous, right?
They're both pretty dangerous.
Now, I gotta say, if you don't mind, that this is an outrage. Having an artist hobbled this way is a personal affront.
Yes, it speaks of evil, Sue.
It
Quint.
does.
Yes.
I'm not going out on a limb here, but I read this before, but I need to ask because we're at the high point down port.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We are.
Do they have I again, some of the better spaceports have literally surgical suites that you can rent. They have medical facilities that are open for a rental. Would the high point down port have one of those?
Probably Dragon's Dome. You'd have to go down to the Dome City.
And he would know that, right? I'm not making a leap that
Yeah,
you know,
because
Val can look it
this
up
is not
real
like
quick,
a.
or-
Yeah. This is not like their spaceport is a little janky. It's not bad. Like it's it's decent, but again, it isn't good enough to have refined fuel. Is what I'm trying to tell you, right? It's like you'd have to go down to
Gotcha.
Dragon's
So
Dome or one of the.
It's like scalpel, bone saw, stick to bite on, gun. I gotcha. Okay. For the surgical
Yeah.
instruments.
But in one of the,
Um,
they would have to have those things in one of the dome cities, right? Either Dragon's Dome or Falaka, one of these places would absolutely have it.
Okay, so here's the deal, Quint. We try to do anything to this arm, it's going to kill you. But I can take it out. I just have to get to a surgical suite, go in through the chest, back it out, then we can fix the arm.
All right.
If that's something
it
that you're
makes you
down
feel-
with, then
If it makes you feel better, it's a shortwave signal, so nobody could just kill you from a huge distance.
Small comfort. Small comfort. And yes, if you could reverse this, fix it, make it not. I'd really prefer not to have a rogue shortwave radio burst.
no, we'll get rid of
So-
that too. Sue, I need you to work on mimicking that signal. So if anybody decides they want to turn it
All right.
off from now until we get it out, I want to be able to at least keep it up for a few minutes so we can do what we need to do.
One moment. The suit starts to power on as Sue is accessing more processing power. Going to make a roll. I'm going to just ask you in this moment, Greg, the expert
Sure.
programs that you have on Sue, is electronics one of those skills that you have on Sue? Because I believe it is not.
I will tell you in one moment. Let me talk amongst yourselves, everybody, as Greg finds something he should have had out.
Because I believe that the answer is no. That is not a skill that you have purchased for Sue with software.
It is. No, the current
Is it? What-
software I have.
Mhm.
No, it is expert software, which is just an enhancement to the existing software, and it is intellect boost and security.
Yes. So you have the expert skill security, and you have the expert skill. What is the expert? What is the actual skill that you purchased for that expert program?
For the expert program, piloting. It was piloting for
Pilot. Yes.
yeah, in
Yes,
an event
so-
of emergency.
Right. So for the record, you have not purchased the expert skill program for electronics with any specialization. So I will note that Sue begins to do some electronics work, tracing back what's going on in the arm.
At the
And
expert
it's like,
level,
well, uh-huh.
not at all concerning.
This is fine.
Using electronics communications. Looks like I can absolutely rework that signal. Little bit of I think sensors will take care of that. You'll just have to give me a little bit of time. I don't mind spending some time in this arm. It's nice.
Well, Quinn hasn't blown up yet, so.
It's the little things in life.
All right, so we're going to have to go down to Dragonstone, Dragon Dome, or whatever it's called.
Yes. I've been there once before. I could look into getting a rental. What's your schedule like?
Oh, I'm wide open.
Right. Well, we could go now. I mean, unless you need more time to prepare.
Sue, can you work while we walk?
Well, I don't mind sitting around here. I have to say, I would like more electronic devices to have receptive ports so I can just travel to many places. But I can certainly try to track back this signal.
Well, I just need you to work on a shield. And if you can do that while we're moving, good. If you need the assistance of the computers here, we'll stand pat. But yep, you let us know.
Well, at the moment, if we get too far from the suit, I feel like I would be a bit diminished. But
well, you take your
it's
time
hard
then.
for
We'll
me.
go down whenever you're.
Oh, thank you. And Sue will hang out in your arm using skills that were not purchased from a skill package. It's fine, though. To try to do a little bit of
that's fine.
sensor work there to try to be able to shield that signal, to send a dummy signal so it will not seem as if, we can block it. A little bit of jamming software. And, the ship itself, as it turns out, has got a very nice electronic countermeasure suite to it. So, Sue might just... Can you get me plugged into the main ship's computer? That would help.
I am going to roll something for this answer.
Please
because what am I going to have Val roll? Damn it. I'm just going to roll a D20.
Okay.
Odds
Higher-
evens or high or low?
Higher's better. No, you know what?
Better
I'm going to
for
roll a
who?
D100. I'm going to roll Lindy because this is us. I'm going to roll. I'm
I'm
going to roll a D100, and lower is better. So
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to say the percentage that I'm thinking of, but lower is better. Okay. Here we go.
Ooh.
What does better mean?
Sue, I'm going to have to talk with Terrica about that. I know that they've got a lot of things set up with the main computer. They're running different setups with the piloting programs. We don't need to add any more stress to them right now.
No.
All right, then.
No, we do not.
Well, let me see. Well, and at least keep me close to the suit. It needs a bit more power for me to do what I need to do best of my abilities. But I can do a little bit now. Just give me some time. Oh. One moment. And out of the suit comes some steampunk polka out of the speakers on the suit. We have some time.
Is that a mighty wind, Sue? What is that?
It is indeed.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah.
I love that one. Yes. Oh, strange. This is some very nice Solomani technology. Reminds me of home. Did I ever tell you? And you can feel like little circuits messing around in your arm.
Oh, that's weird. I think Quint's like sitting on a stool with like the arm on like a exam table. There, it's just like occasionally does like felt that. That's weird. But stays pretty still.
He'd have a limb prop under it, so you'd have like two separate padded cane type things that would go down to the ground with big kind of flat 3-legged feet, so you can set it there. But he can still work all around the arm if he needs to get into it.
Perfect.
I was just came to the Trojan Reaches when I was a very young man. and I didn't get to stay very long in Solomani space, but I always remember it. Beautiful space. Wonderful people.
Trooper, can I call for a roll?
Absolutely.
Then I'm going to
Absolutely.
call for a roll from Quint.
I would love to hear
Mhm.
it. What role would you like from me?
Anything observational. Leave it to
Anything
you.
That'll
observational.
be intellect based.
Okay. Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
What's the good one? 8? Is 8 the good one?
8's a good one. 8's your standard.
8 standard.
Mm-hmm.
Observational. Are we talking about emotionally observational, or are we talking about just pure visuals? Okay.
Environmentally observational, yeah.
Oh, you know my strong suits right there. Let's see, gunner, gun combat,
No,
melee,
no.
mechanic.
Unless he's
No?
planning to
Yeah,
stab you.
melee works. Shit, I
Oh.
forgot about melee. That fits the bill.
Shit!
Right.
Fuck yeah. Persuade,
So,
pilot, stealth, steward, streetwise, survival.
Steward is a little bit too fancy. I would say,
Carouse?
you know, carouse is
That's more
for
social. Yeah.
it's more social.
Yeah. I think it's
Recon,
gonna
by
be
the
Jack
way,
of Nope.
is for dangers and threats or unusual objects or out of place people, while investigation
Yep.
is investigate.
Oh, you know, I
is
do have investigate. I'm
keen
gonna use that
observation,
one.
forensics,
had
and detailed
nothing.
analysis.
I thought I had absolutely no observational skills, but it turns out I do have investigate. So we're gonna use
It was your job
that
as a
one.
spy. I mean, whatever.
It was. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I may not have been the most amazing spy. No, I was a pretty good spy.
You were a pretty
And
good
the fact
spy.
that I didn't get caught.
Mhm.
Jack of all trades. 8.
That's an 8. That is
Anytime.
tie. Which is a marginal
Then
success.
Mm-hmm.
But if you wanted to, you could take some negative consequence to push that up.
I think I'm alright with a marginal success in this one. I
Okay.
think I'm okay.
Then I leave it to you.
Then with a marginal success, I will let you know that anytime Sue starts talking about things that seem decidedly, I don't know, organic, past lives, when I was in the military, blah, 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 Val is very quiet. In fact, Val says nothing. Val reacts to nothing. None of those prompts of, you know, data points that seem to be coming from Sue. And will only start talking when Sue goes back to the normal Sue routine.
Interesting. Okay. Quint would just put a pin in that notice, that pin in that thought, because as a spy, Quentin observes quietly and doesn't typically be like, hey, so you noticed this? Nope. Just gonna make him, former spy, not a spy anymore. Former
Shit,
spy.
right, of course not.
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, Linda, you do remember in the last campaign, I was brought in to be the wrecking ball that came in. So I've been had my eye on you the entire time, so that's okay.
Terrica.
Yes.
Having sweet dreams.
All the sweet dreams.
You are sleeping like a rock.
Yeah.
With your brooch in its traditional space.
I think their
And-
hand kind of crept up to hold it as they're sleeping.
And as you sleep, you find yourself riding a noble beast. It is sort of like a very large, sort of mix between a horse and a hunting cat. And you are in armor, and you are holding a very long spear, and you are gazing out across a large field and there are these glittering buildings made of like a rose sort of stone and glass, and there are people, crowds of people, and they are cheering for you, and they are smiling to see you, and you are in a sort of a formation with some others, and you and this cat horse thing, it looks to you sort of like those kind of psionic creatures that were attacking you back on Marduk, but earlier in their evolutionary mode, and you have clearly have a different relationship with them. And you are moving in a formation towards a large dais. And there upon the top of this dais is some sort of grand noble. And this grand noble smiles at you. And they're speaking, but you can't hear what they say. And this grand noble hands you the brooch. And you pin it on in the proper way that you have been taught. And there are banners that have of the Sindalian Empire and banners of your house, but the old banner, the one from a long time ago when that all the pieces were filled in. And then someone off to your left approaches with a ceremonial sword, the rapier. And it's a rapier and like a scepter of office. And you look, and it's Severence. And Severence hands you this scepter and this rapier. And Severence smiles at you, and you are smiling at Severence, as if you've known each other for quite some time. And then this emperor places the scepter, touches both of your shoulders, and Severance looks at you with pride as everybody cheers. And it is clear that you are now you have been invested. You are now the Duke of this planet. And there's a wonderful sort of set of joy and revelry. And you see yourself moving through, and then it becomes blurry and fuzzy, and other stories happen. And you can hear the sounds of crowds speaking your name, or at least someone's name. And it's just all of these people saying, Terrica, Elaine, Lee, Ravenhausen the First, oh, Marduk, yes. Oh, the Duke, oh, I remember this. Terrica's the battle. And it's all of these voices, and then it's like another moment where you see yourself flying in a ship. And you are it's a very old Sindalian ship, it seems, like a fighter. And you are fighting in some kind of battle. And you are amazing. And you can see yourself flying, and you are the best pilot. And you're flying in this amazing small fighter, and it seems like you are fighting off foes that are coming to attack. And then there's another story about you where you can't tell what people are saying. You can only hear the sounds of these crowds. But it's this memory of you. It seems like you are passing judgment, like you are sitting there like a judge, and you are sort of pointing to people to see who deserves justice or not. And there all of these stories, and in these stories, you find yourself looking a little bit different each time, as if the memory of you is always a little bit different. And some of the stories seem to be exaggerated or a bit too mythic, because sometimes you feel like you're 15 feet tall, you tower over other people. And other times, there are these moments where you were started as nothing. You were just like a small person who walked through the streets of some city, and then all of a sudden you are plucked up. Severence finds you, it seems, and brings you up, and then all of a sudden you're again this big hero. There are all these strange mixes of stories that seem to be coming from fairy tale books, maybe, or stories, and you keep this loud sound of people speaking. Just everyone is saying your name, and Marduk, and Empire. And you hear a couple other names you can't understand that seem to be attached to stories. Just little bit by little bit attached to stories. And it's someone's at a dinner. They're having dinner, maybe, talking to someone. Sounds like they're having dinner, and they're sharing a story that they remembered that they hadn't thought about in a very long time. And you can just keep hearing terror. The battle. Mart, did you hear? Did you see? And in your mind, all of these voices are just drowning out, and it's 100 nights of stories, and it's everything that you or somebody's memory or something has done. And I need a roll from you right now.
Okay. What would you like me to
I
roll?
need a psionic strength, and you can add, I believe you have history, or either old Sindalian or history, something along those lines you can add to this roll.
Okay. I have Old Zendalian. I think I might
Yes,
actually have
please.
both. Let me check. Okay, yes, I do have Old Sandalian. So 2 onto that. Do I have any other bonuses from the brooch or anything like that?
You can roll with a boon
Okay.
because you have the brooch
Oh
on
boy.
you. Ooh, a 13. I see. Well, that's a very good roll, my friend. I don't know if that's what you want, but that is what you got.
Uh-oh. Ari wants it. Terrica probably doesn't.
It's you, Terrica Elaine Lee Rippenhausen the First. And you are holding the brooch. And you're crying. And Severence shows up behind you. And you're both at a graveyard, it seems. And you don't know what planet it is. It's somewhere. A battlefield, perhaps. A lot of people died. But you hold the brooch. And you realize that you are not crying because of the people dead, or perhaps that's part of it. But you're crying because in this moment, you realize that what you're holding was stolen from someone who still feels its loss. With all of the sounds of the people silenced, who seem always buzzing inside the brooch, with them quiet, you can feel that you've stolen something from someone. And in your hand, the brooch is a heart that is bleeding. Then Severance, or someone who looks like Severance, hugs you. And you realize in this moment that this thing that you're experiencing is not one of the stories that's being told. This is a memory. It's not one of the fairy tales. And Severance is wearing a brooch as well in this memory. It's a different one. But you know that your brooch and the brooch that Severance is wearing are both pieces of the same being. And there is mourning. And when you wake up, because you wake up, I have to ask you, Cord. You went to go to Val's room, if I remember correctly, yes?
I did, yes.
And when you knock on the door and the iris opens, it's not Val's room at all, actually. It's Terrica's room. That is the door that you knocked on. And Terrica, they are there. And they do not look happy.
Severance?
Terrica.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry, I
here?
thought this was Val's room. I must have got them confused. Sorry to
Terrica
wake you.
will
How are you feeling?
Terrica will get up and cross the room in that moment and just give him a hug.
Mm.
And then and they'll just sort of bury their face down. I'm fine.
Right.
Sorry.
Oh, you yes, I.
Sorry.
Mhm.
Weird dream. I don't think it was a dream.
Right. I also, if it makes you feel any better, had a flash of a dream that may have not have been a dream. But I wasn't sleeping.
No? I haven't seen anything like this before. Some of it was
working with the side drugs. That could have been it. But
Wait,
what was it?
you were working with the side drugs? Why?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out what is going on with it. I do have a bit of a background in the chemistry that involves such illicit activities. So I was looking and seeing what I could figure out. It was interesting. I figured out a couple of things. One, the chemical compound has some sort of DNA sequencing in it that makes me think that there is some sort of, well, I mean, it really sort of adds the ability for psychic abilities. Not necessarily psychedelic abilities, that would be different. More like being able to change and manipulate reality based off of thought and your own proteins inside your mind and the DNA you share. Also, I figured out that there seems to be a glimmer of viridian inside the dust of that drug.
Terran Viridian or Drinaxian Viridian?
I only know of Drinax.
There's another. They're both in Val.
Right.
You were in my dream.
This was a strange dream, you said? Or maybe not a dream?
Terrica will like just sort of sit down on the bed and like kind of put their head in their hands. Like all of the stories of all of us. They're some of them were like they were straight out of the fairy tales that my mother used to tell me. And others were completely new. Totally different. Totally different.
Right.
And you were there, or Marymore was there. I don't know. You were there, I guess. One of my ancestors must have been close to Marymore or something. Or it's all just a dream and it doesn't matter. But I mean, that would make more sense with that. I saw a banner down in the Dragon's Dome. I saw a banner. There was one that was my old crest, but there was another that looked like yours or Marymore's. I don't. But it was different. It was different. But
I have a crest.
Sure.
I like this dream.
It wasn't a dream. The banners are real. They're down in Dragon's Dome.
And I have a crest?
Well, yeah, it looked like.
Well, we should get down to Dragon's Dome. I'd like to see them.
I can't be seen down there. Well, I have to go down there. Well, no, yes. I mean, let's do that.
Did I tell you my strange dream?
What was it?
I don't know how much of it was a dream.
I don't know.
Or if it was just some sort of hallucination from the contact with the drug itself, but it felt like I was there. Almost like a silent observer into a room. Cupboards and lockers that would reach down as far as the eye can see behind the man working on something, crushing, cutting some sort of stone into dust, the material crisping into granulars into a powder. This man was wearing the glasses. A green viridian shard. Yes. With a mortar and pestle, crushing it. the man maniacally laughing, and myself, as the silent observer, also feeling this moment of power and ancestral joy is the best way I could sort of describe it. The man was wearing the same glasses I wear on my head, but they were down on his nose as he was looking through them at the Viridian stone he was crushing. Also, the singing of the crystal would scream when the more chips were made, resonating within either the halls of the mind. Also, the lockers at this moment behind the man become to fall into focus. The lockers behind the man were not lockers at all, but in fact several pods of tanks with various iterations of his own physique. Clones of himself. Yes. I think I was looking at Marymore, creating the drugs that we somehow have stumbled upon. Were these drugs in the ship? These drugs were in the Grebes. Where were these drugs?
They were in the Grebes.
I have a theory.
The drugs have Viridian in them.
Yes. Trace amounts. My glasses are not on in this scene, I just remembered. The trace amounts. I have a theory.
What's your theory?
Maybe a bit much. The singing of the screaming shards of crystal, also knowing and the feeling of power involved in the link between the Viridian crystal, a larger crystal, and also what I know of Drinaxian folklore is I wonder if there are all of these iterations of Viridian being made and processed to users in various degrees. You'll broach my glasses. The dust itself into this drug, the Viridian on Val's computer, and the numerous other places, including the airborne particles we have inhaled that do have the DNA, yes?
There's Viridian on Val's computer.
Yes, underneath the wrist component, there is a webbing or a gnarled knot of, so it looks like roots of a seedling, but they are a snarl of Viridian filament.
Okay.
Is that all right? Should I stop?
Keep going.
Right. So my theory is that these side drugs may be linked towards the other sentient crystals of Viridian itself, if, of course, Viridian or Drinaxian folklore suggests that there is the creature of Viridian that lives under the brush of the rock itself, Drinax. Pieces of it, of course, still. You know the old saying that plucking a leaf off of a tree and then whatever happens to that leaf, the tree would still feel?
Yes.
I still feel that is the case with Viridian crystal.
It is. I mean, I think it is.
Well, then that also proves to be more fuel for my hypothesis. The side drug that I was able to study has trace amounts of DNA sequencing in it. Therefore, it is meant to latch onto and onto our own proteins, and of course, like I said, react and integrate and interface with reality itself. But also, we know what we know about Drinax, and of course the crystal, and of course for the Viridian stone, is that the pieces and the faint traces of this crystal could also be utilizing what we know and what we are learning with the proteins of our mind for the stone itself. Meaning, the users of this Viridian stone are learning for Drinax. Is that a threat? I'm not sure. It's a rock. But,
It's more than a rock.
well, it's Drinax. Of course, it is home, but you know what I mean. It is a...
No, I'm sure it's more even than that. It's, please don't think I'm crazy. It's alive. I'm sure of it.
I don't
There's
think
a
you're
piece of
crazy
it
for
that's
thinking it's
dying
alive.
right now. You don't?
Oh. I mean, it would have taken probably more than just this conversation to spur my belief of it, but I do think that with what I've seen and what I know and what I've heard and what I've learned and what I was told growing up about Drinaxian folklore and the heart of Drinax itself, I would say that of course it would be. It's always told it was, but the singing, the songs, the screaming I heard in the vision, dream, whatever this was very real. It was like a breaking of a wine glass, but instead of that moment, that frequency sustained. You know?
I do. I
Oh,
do. There's a jeweler down in Dragonstone.
mhm.
She knows Viridian. We could talk to her. I just need I need to disguise. I can't go down there with that. Okay.
How do you need to
I
disguise?
can't be seen. I just can't be seen. Then it will be fine. But we could talk to her.
Right. Well, then we should make our way down. I was going to find Val to tell him all of this, but have you seen Val?
What time is it? The last time I saw Val, he was with you. Did I
Hours.
sleep for 10 hours?
Yes. If you just woke up, yes.
I don't have time.
And quite frankly, I'm glad you did.
I'm not. I don't have time for sleep.
Well, still, you did, and you did. So I'm glad you did. Because you weren't sleeping, and it was definitely weighing on you and the crew. But I'm glad you're better.
Yeah.
That's where we're going to call it. At that moment. And somewhere in the depths of space,
Oh, no.
someone feels a piece of their body carved out and then ground into powder and then turned into some sort of drug for some reason and shipped across space. somewhere the white rabbit is waiting. Somewhere on the other side of the looking glass. And that's going to be our end of today's session, everyone. End of today's
Amazing.
session.
Seriously.
Amazing. Amazing.
I need my most amazing cast to say who they are, where we can find them, and then give some love. And I want to start with Greg.
Hi, everybody. My name's Greg, Grimjack21502, sort of sometimes. Also, Warp Reactor over on YouTube. Join me over there for reaction videos and all that fun stuff. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey, and love today. I got to play with Lindy. That was fun. I got to play with Cord. That was fun. I got to play with Trooper. That was fun. I got to play with Ari, which wasn't that fun in the moment because it was not the best because I had to play Val a certain way. So forgive. But I again, just a super fun time playing with you all. Val is an interesting character that no one should like, but I sort of do. So
yeah,
that says a lot about me, I guess. Chat, you're absolutely fantastic. I think, like I said, I think Hawk had the chat of the night. Very good stuff, even though there were some major league contenders in there. Very funny stuff. And the David Bowie reference, as Drake just pointed out, is just a good way to spin me up and get me where I need to be. So I appreciate that, Lindy. Get me going, right? And of course, Cord's ball work. Nice job.
I love Quartz balls.
Unrelated.
So
Unrelated.
Right.
It's just,
I'm not talking about anything tonight.
Yeah,
just the blanket
just
statement of your
general.
ball work.
Yeah. Unrelated.
Everybody, thank you so much. I enjoy playing with you all. You're fantastic. You make RPing not RP. It feels more like acting, which is fun. And not that RP isn't fun, but you all are just fucking top notch. So it's keeps me on my toes, and that's the best part. So everybody, see you next week. Peace.
Lindy.
Hi, it's me, Lindy. Love Lindy. Yes, I had a lot of fun tonight. I'm gonna go in reverse order like I normally do. My favorite moments from tonight's game was, I really loved how methodical our good admiral was in going through just everything about the drugs when looking through the drugs. Just the pure methodicalness of him, like, that's interesting. And then we approach it from this angle, and just it was just fascinating to watch. I was enthralled. I was knitting and enthralled. I am so glad that poor Terrica finally got a nap. An hour sleep, full long rest achieved. And I would just loved it. I also loved how much you're just leaning into like the sounding crazy train. It brings me joy, and I can't wait to see how it all explodes later. And of course, Greg. I just love Greg. That's my love. No, I think as much as I loved interacting with Greg for tonight, forcing Quint and Val to have a reaction, it was very civil. It was very civil. I really liked him.
As far as you know.
As far as I know, it was very civil. As far as it appeared, it seemed very civil. I loved him talking with Severence earlier. Be like, see what I mean? Like going for the drugs, like just the whole like, man, like all these things are adding up, and it's just it is what it is. We just got to do what we can to help. And I was like, oh, you're terrible, and I love it. So that's me. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play in NGM tabletop RPGs. You can find me next, hopefully on Monday this week. We've had to call the past few Mondays because of, people and travel and health reasons. But hopefully this next Monday's in Exandria, D&D, playing fun stuff. Tuesday, we will be back this Tuesday with Stargate Flames of Hope, where Trooper is guesting as an ancient AI. and I'm sure it's fine that
You
he
want
won't
more of
go rogue
that?
or anything. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
If you want more of that, check that one out. But he's friendly, I think. We'll find out in our penultimate episode of Stargate. And then on Wednesday, Call of Cthulhu Below the Land of Fire. Oh man, they're accumulating more puzzle pieces and putting some things together, and every answer they get gives them 5 more questions, and it brings me such joy, especially seeing as how some of my other players, Greg, gave them such wonderful things to work with. You should twirl your mustache all you want, because that they are so paranoid, and it's beautiful. If you want to see some crazy Cthulhu, check that out. And then of course here next Friday, that's me.
I just realized that now everybody has a reason to go to Dragon's Dome. That's awesome. Cord, you're next.
Hi, everybody. I'm Cord, also known as Mythematic. Check me out on the things. It's probably Mythematic. But if you want to watch me stream, it's twitch.tv/Cord, where I do a lot of roleplay stuff. I have a D&D show on Mondays on my channel called Spoils of the Evervein. And like Lindy, we haven't done the last couple of weeks because of scheduling and people being sick and things like that. But they're about to go into the Evervein. I said that last week, the Evervein being a mine that was just uncovered when the events of Spellwind deleted the castle grounds and leaving a large crystal-mouthed cave at the bottom of this like void cube in the middle of the city. And in that cave, magic crystals are, much like Viridian, but those are being distributed to the city, but that has been on lockdown, and the guilds are trying to sneak their way in, and the players are a part of one of the heists trying to sneak into this ley line cave. Pretty dope, a lot of wild magic, and it's gonna be cool. Anyway, so that's over on my channel, Cord, at 9 Eastern on Mondays. We'll see if we're up this week. Hopefully we will be, and I'll be doing some. We'll be in the Evervein then. So come by, check it out. It's also a comedy campaign, a comedic campaign. So come by and give a laugh or two. Tonight was awesome. Really loved so many things. You are all so great to play with, and I'm so excited to do it every week. My love tonight goes to Greg. You had amazing scenes in the beginning, which was super cool, where I was like, Greg, these are pretty great. But I think what takes the cake about the evening was, I even posted it in the chats, both in the public one and our private one, was the moment where you had turn the lights down, and you had Val with the hat down, and you inverted the lights. There was like this visual moment where you flipped the lights and you went from light to dark, and everything was inverted. And in that same moment, it was that visual cue that imaginary visual cue that we had to tell that the thoughtful note of how's Terrica wasn't as wholesome as you intended. You made sure the lights were swapped, and you made sure you're like, as this is inverted, he says, how's Terrica? And then it was just like, it was so cool. It was this devilish moment that we got to see, like the angel in the moment, and then and then inverting the colors, or inverting the colors of the room, and then having this house Terrica definitely was a great visual representation of the angel becoming the demon for the moment in that, and then still trying to like hide behind the wholesome statement of how's Terrica, and then they're like, oh, she's fine, or oh, they're fine. Well, that's not what I mean. And it was just it was so beautiful, and it was just so well done. And I just thank you, because I immediately was like, oh, and I had to go make the just go and throw it into Photoshop and invert it, because I needed to see what that looked like, because I needed to see what my mind was seeing, and it was dope. So thank you for that. It's in Discord, so go check it out. And but just now imagine that scene like that, and it's just terrifying, just the way that you've been utilizing and playing the scenery of Val's quarters as amazing storytelling devices has been super fucking cool to see. So thank you for that.
And
And
Ari.
yeah, and I'll see you all next week.
Hi, I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me online. You can find me here on Fridays, or you can also find me tomorrow and Sunday down in Pike Place Market. I'll be doing the theater sports show tomorrow, and I'll be doing the storyteller show on Sundays. So we'll have storytellers, professional storytellers who are coming in, telling their stories, and then I'll have a little improv afterwards. Oh goodness, all of my love. First off, just like so. I have like individual moments from the show that I thought were really fantastic, but there's a big shout out that I want to just say to this bunch of people, because there's a lot of like trust that we've been able to cultivate and a lot of checking in with each other, which means we're able to play with this interesting dynamic of nobody believing Terrica, what Terrica's seeing, believing something different without like it's that requires so much trust between GM and players, and it requires so much checking in with people to make sure that we're all okay and we're all on the same page. And this group of folks does it so well that I just thanks, guys. So individual moments. Let's see. Cord, your way of like offering like, okay, so we've got 3 options. Like, here's how we handle somebody who's like who's addicted to a drug. Like, oh, it was beautiful, like perfectly Severence. And also we saw another like moment of Severance's humanity coming out where he's like, oh, do I need to be the antidote? I'll be the antidote. And I was like, oh, that was just such a nice, like, it was just beautiful. Well done, sir. And Lindy, like the way that you approach RPGs so thoughtfully to go talk to Trooper and be like, okay, I want a translator because now I know that my translator is unreliable, is just like, and having everything recorded. I love playing with that because it means that there's no like real good place to hide. And that makes it so much more fun. Because there's so much more drama in that place, right? Like you can be in this really cool place of like playing with what's in the shadows when everybody knows what's in the shadows, but nobody's talking about it. Which is how you build dread, or yeah. So, oh, and then Trooper, the way that you played Sue, there was so both in the Quint Sue conversations and then in the Val Sue conversations, there is just a beautiful subtlety to the way that you are like holding that character up, and the way that you represent or have Sue represent like what I think is going on in the moment. It's just like, it often makes me go like, wait, did I like misrepresent Sue? And then you'll like say something in the next sentence and I'm like, nope, I didn't. Like this.
Nope.
And that's skillful, sir. That is very skillful.
Sue's
And
complicated.
Greg, Sue's so complicated. So complicated. And I love it.
And it's all your fault, by the way. Not your individually.
Perfect.
This whole crew, it's all y'all's fault. That's all I'm saying.
I hope we make Sue far more complicated. And I'm really relieved that we didn't fail the Sue getting into the mainframe role, because, oh God, that would have been real bad. I mean, real fun, but real bad. There's time. We've got time.
Yeah,
More processing power.
It'll happen. Yeah.
Give it another season.
That's all we need. We just need to give Sue more ability to do what Sue's doing. That's a good answer. I'm sure it's fine. But on that same note, Greg, the moment that I really enjoyed tonight was your like being like, fight it, Big Red, fight it. I was like, it was gorgeous. It was like all of the emotion and seeing this other side of Val for a flip second where nobody else can see him. That is always a lot of fun. So thank you for all of those moments. And of course, holy cow, chat just on fire tonight, left and right. You guys are so much fun. Like delighted you're here for the show. And I look forward to next week.
Oh, apparently Chad is worried about Sue. That's all. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know why. It's weird.
I don't need it.
So
I
odd.
do.
Yeah, and we're gonna find out actually what I'm gonna make sure we find out what Quint's room looks like next week. Just gonna make sure that you know I'm gonna do it. But I want to read messages from our chat first because chat is important before I say anything. Stormbender 327, thank you, has donated 100 bits and says to start a great episode, another great episode. And Hawkeye at the same time says, it's the Tagonists once again. We just need to know one more thing. Where are the Harlock and Wesley? Are they on an adventure together? Wesley needs to talk to a bunch of people because he just did the math. And the weekly interest would be 1,800 credits a week, and he only gets paid 2,000 a month, and he can't afford that. He just did the math. He's like, oh, wait, what do I do? So he has to go, he has to talk to Severance. He's like, oh, no, he's freaking out. Don't worry about it.
Oh, figure it out. We're on a planet. Bust some tables or something. I don't know.
I know. I said, oh, stress. I want to say thank you for that $25 tip Drafter with no message, but I'm sure the message is trust in Sue. Sue's the best. I feel like that's definitely what Drafter wanted to say.
Way to assume.
What? All right. Massive side eye.
See, Drafter just confirmed it. That's it, indeed.
That
And
was
then
an excellent
Stormbender gives us another 100 bits for saying an amazing first half at our break. And then we have Void Smoker, who gave us a $50 tip. Void Smoker, who did the amazing art, who says, looking forward to that musical episode. Me too. I'm going to make it happen. Somehow, I don't know, but it's going to happen. Don't ask me when or how much psionic drugs will be involved in
I
that.
have to have the Schmaloot song. It's gonna be a ballad of Baron Severance, and it's gonna be Schmaloot.
I'm going to need psionic drugs for the, like, Ori, me.
Okay,
You said
Good.
psionic.
we're going
right?
to talk
I
about
did.
it. It's going to happen.
Okay, yeah.
It's going to happen.
Perfect.
How? I don't know, but it's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get
gonna give you
already
all
some psionic drugs.
Yeah, it'll be good. And then Willem TW just now donated 100 bits and says, thanks all. It has been an amazing episode again. Thank you, Willem, for taking notes. And then our last bit of love from Stormbender, who says 100 bits. Love for the whole cast. So thank you, chat. You all help so very much. And I will say, one, I am... my big love, I'm Trooper SJP, is the fact that the cast has all agreed 100%. You all heard them do it to a musical episode. I just feel like that's just what happened in the last 5 minutes, is they all said, yes, we totally want to do a musical episode. And so I'm super excited about that. The way that they all just said yes, just right now.
This is what yes looks like.
My writer has drugs in it.
This is a great yes and right there. We'll find it out. We'll figure it out. But I want to just say, I want to give my love first off. And I want to say, this is just the best crew, you know? They gave me presents this week. They always give me presents. I finally got Severance and Terrica in the same room talking in a way that was not hostile. You hugged. That was just like my
And
joy.
I say we, I mean, they hugged me, and I just went.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But
that
you
count?
know, Severance doesn't necessarily. I feel like Severance has a complicated relationship with his body.
Yeah.
Mm.
My
You
body's
know-
someone else's temple. Yeah.
Awkward.
That's a hell of a way to say it.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. And one of these days, Severance will tell Terrica about the bank of clones, Terrica clones, that are just
Oh, God.
waiting
Surprise.
for something.
Yep.
Yeah. So I want to say I love this crew. I loved I loved all of the work, and I love sitting back. Again, today's episode was the players just saying stuff about the lore, and I was like, "Yep, that's all true." Like, yes,
Yep.
that's absolutely like just knowing, like they just know intuitively the world, right? And it is the best thing ever that I can just sit here and they know it so well and they know their character so well without even speaking about it. They're just like, yeah, there are this is the folklore that the heart of Drinax is alive. And I'm like, did you watch the Crest Jones episode? Because that's what I said. And yes, right? So it's just lovely how much, and I have to say, Greg, just that kind of really intense, unhealthy relationship that Sue and Val have, but then also the less unhealthy relationship, the kind of more supportive relationship that Sue and Val have, like that sort of duality. And Lindy, I'm gonna just say this. I don't know about anybody else, but I saw it. I saw the wheels turning. I saw Quint's wheels turning, being like, so Sue can come into my arm. Interesting. I saw it. I just saw that mind.
My wheels are always
I will note
turning,
that.
Trooper.
Yeah, but I saw it. I love that, like, you do some really great face acting, right? You're able to really project what's going on with your character just through your face, and I appreciate that very much. And I will also note that is not a normal thing, that Sue could not normally do that, but somebody built in some receptors into your arm so they could kill you if they needed to. And, Sue was able to be like, just use that as a way in. And I cannot tell you, like, chat, I cannot tell you how excited I've been all week, and I'm still excited because I'm like, this crew has got so much going on right now in terms of interpersonalness, and it's all just bubbling, and it's all starting to come out right now, and there's still some stuff happening, and I don't, like, what's going to happen between Val and Sue? What's going to happen between Val and Terrica? How about Val and Quint? Every single person has got this really exciting web of relationships that are so rich, so deep, so exciting that I am just like, that's why I have my popcorn, because it's so good. And this only happens because the players are so good. The players are so excellent that it is just my joy. And every single person is inspirational. And I will say, chat, you could not see it, but over there in our green room, people were checking in with each other and making sure that everybody was feeling good and everybody was really happy. And people were like, man, all that gaslighting of Terrica, that's the worst. Like, being supportive of Ari in the chat, even while the characters were not being supportive of each other. And it is just a joy to be playing with people who are so decent, caring, and it makes me able to jam because I feel that I feel safe with this crew. So I wanted to say thank you. And it's just all of my love. And, you can find us again next Friday for episode 7 of this ridiculousness. And I don't know. I imagine we're going to be heading off to a banquet because it's been a long day. And the next day will be a banquet, I think, in Falaka. Go meet some folks. And yeah.
Or if you're Lindy, Fallica.
For Lindy Fallica.
Fallica.
And
We're doing a Fallica.
yeah. You'll be able to meet the freedmen at your banquet. And let me see. They only going to say,
Freed
what
the
is this?
Fallica.
Freed the Fallica.
I love it.
Freed the Fallica.
It's so good. I suppose I should also say, for the record, some of the details I don't have 100%, but we don't have anything Sunday. Monday we don't have anything, but Tuesday, as Lindy said, will be some Stargate, and also and then Fridays, more of this, on the 11th, which is Saturday the 11th, November the 11th, for a great chunk of time, Prax, over at Praxagorthus Mephoria's channel, will be doing a 14-hour stream, I think, for charity, for Veterans Day, and there'll be a bunch of different streams, and I'll be on one of them. And then, of course, that's us. We should hang out, and we should see each other, and I know some things about Sue when Sue gets older, and there's some things I don't know because children are raised by their influences. And I don't know what influences they'll have. Love to you all. Thank you very much to 1TW and also Josh, Me, and Art, our special sponsors. And thank you all for being here. Thank you to everybody who's in YouTube chats, everyone who's here, and come and find us, on our Discord, hang out with us. And we will see you all next time, everybody. Bye.